T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Oh, where have you been, my blue-eyed son? And where have you been, my darling young one? I've stumbled on the side of 12 misty mountains. I've walked and I crawled on 6 crooked highways. I've stepped in the middle of 7 sad forests. I've been out in front of a dozen dead oceans. I've been 10,000 miles in the mouth of a graveyard. And it's a hard rain you're gonna fall. Oh, what did you see, my blue-eyed son? And what did you see, my darling young one? I saw a newborn baby with wild wolves all around it. I saw highway diamonds with nobody on it. I saw a black branch with blood that kept dripping. I saw a room full of men with their hammers a-bleeding. I saw a white ladder all covered with water. I saw 10,000 talkers whose tongues were all broken. I saw guns and sharp swords in the hands of young children. And it's a hard, and it's a hard, rain they're gonna fall. What did you hear, my blue-eyed son? And what did you hear, my darling young one? I heard the sound of a thunder that roared out a warning. I heard the roar of a wave that could drown the whole world. I heard 100 drummers whose hands were ablazing. I heard 10,000 whispering and nobody listening. I heard one person starve, I heard many people laughing. I heard the song of a poet who died in the gutter. I heard the sound of a clown who cried in the alley. And it's a hard rains are gonna fall. Oh, what did you meet, my blue-eyed son? And who did you meet, my darling young one? I met a young child beside a dead pony. I met a white man who walked a black dog. I met a young woman whose body was burning. I met a young girl, she gave me a rainbow. I met one man who was wounded in love. I met another man who was wounded in hatred. And it's a hard rains are gonna fall. And what'll you do now, my blue-eyed son? And what'll you do now, my darling young one? I'm a-going back out for the rain starts a-falling. I'll walk to the depths of the deepest dark forest, where the people are many and their hands are all empty, where the pellets of poison are flooding their waters, where the home in the valley meets the damp, dirty prison, and the executioner's face is always well hidden, where hunger is ugly, where the souls are forgotten, where black is the color, where none is the number. And I'll tell it and speak it and think it and breathe it, and reflect from the mountain so all souls can see it. And I'll stand on the ocean until I start sinking, but I'll know my song well before I start singing. And it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, and it's a hard, it's a hard rains are gonna fall.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. So I'm doing some rough calculations here, guys, and I just want to let you know that for every penny that this gets delayed, this conversion and reverse split, for every penny that Ape drops, we lose about 6 cents in market cap on the upside of that reverse split and conversion. Every penny. We have lost about 30 cents since the day or the final value of Ape was reported at $1.64, and we're now down to on Ape. Let's see, hold on a second, I can't see the page. We're down to 137, so we're looking at about 30 cents right now on value that we've lost that AMC could have converted and reverse split, and because of the delay of Allegheny, this is causing us to lose topside value on the reverse split and conversion. And 30 cents times 6, I just did the math a little bit ago. It's $1.80. So yeah, we're losing topside on this big time right now, all because of this. Now I saw somebody come in here and say shoot, I can't remember. Antera is responsible for us losing money, and that's not the case at all. They brought the value up from 65 cents all the way up to $2 and some odd cents, and they actually increased the value of what it is that we hold massively. And now on the eve of the conversion and which was with majority of the people passed this, we had a massive amount of people who decided that they wanted, and I didn't even vote for it. I was an abstain, but those who did vote for this was overwhelmingly a yes vote, and now the delay of this is possibly costing the shareholders exponential losses. And this is these are supposedly shareholders that are supposed to be in this, and you've seen this vote now. So every single day that they let this continue to go on like this is going to be one more day that they're potentially costing shareholders upside value lost. So not a good thing. I don't like seeing this, and it's not helping us. Well, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Thor-bladed unrealized losses, but it's lowering the value, right? Let me change that. You're right, because it isn't it's value. I'm gonna put value. No, I'm gonna change it to, instead of losses, I'm gonna change it to value. There we go. You're not right. You're not wrong. I mean, you're absolutely right. It's exponential value, right? So we're losing value of the stock price, and so that's critical. It's really, really, really critical, and so man, it's a shame. It's a shame that they're kind of screwing us over right now. CC censored content says, yeah, Citadel's probably picking up the legal costs. They might be. I don't know. Who knows? Probably not. Hey, you can disagree all you want to, Ellen. That's fine. We are where we're at right now, and I'm telling you how I see it right this second. Right this second, we have Ape, and they're holding it up. They're holding up that conversion back into AMC. So so it's not a good thing. It's not looking good right now. But it is what it is. I'm gonna keep on holding through this because I know Adam Aaron's already got the dismissal out there. So I put that in like a day before the vote even went through. So I don't know. I don't know how long it's gonna take. I have no idea. But we shall see. And it's time to look at the numbers. I'm really kind of curious to see what the short exempt volume is going to end up being. Let's see here. Going to clean these glasses real quick. Scott says, I see the suit being dropped by tomorrow and Ape squeezing Monday to above 3. We'll see. We shall see. All right. It is true. Antera did sell. So I jokingly told you guys the other day when we were looking at OBV, and I was saying there was we saw retail was buying on not yesterday. Well, yesterday we didn't actually have the data to prove it, but on the 14th. We saw that that retail was buying in large quantities because we had a 70%, 75% order to 25% buy order amount to a 25% sell order amount. And I told you guys, I said it's not retail. I said maybe it's Antera that's selling their position, and I said it jokingly. Now it turns out that that's true. So I don't think it was retail. It wasn't retail that was selling off on Ape, and we saw AMC OBV. I mean, look at that, guys. If you've ever doubted OBV as a good indicator to let you know whether or not there's selling pressure that's actually really occurring, or whether or not there's holding pressure, that would be that. I mean, I can't even express to you guys like how much proof that really kind of shows. Let's pull it up again and take a look at it here real fast. But that filing indeed was accurate. Let's pull up Ape and look at that OBV one more time here, because I think that's pretty crazy. How accurate. I can put this on the daily. How accurate it was in showing us the fact that there was selling going on. Right, the majority of the position you can see that was sold off on the 14th, and you can see it right there. It's like plain as can be. You can't wait. Let me just make this a little bit brighter just in case, because I don't know how bright this looks to you guys. We're gonna just make this like stand out big time. But yeah, you can see OBV saying, "Yep, somebody sold in here," and then you've got the filing coming out yesterday, and showing us that yes, truly, indeed, somebody did sell, and Antera was selling. So I don't think it was retail at all. I mean, retail obviously has buy and sell orders every single day. So, but the majority of this really was coming from Antera, selling off some of their position. And OBV did a great job of picking that up and showing us that was actually what was going on. So I mean I can't express to you enough how important some of these indicators are here. And so this is real, and you can see it in the volume too, right? The volume spikes up as price is going down, and then you can see the OBV saying, "Yep, that was a real sell-off." That price movement was definitely moving downwards because of a sale that was occurring, and you see it. All these indicators show it right here. Volume went up, OBV came down, price went down. Volume going up, price coming down is an indicator of actual selling pressure, real selling pressure. When you have falling volume and falling price, that's bullish, which is an indication that it's not real price movement. Right? It's not. It is real price movement, but it's not moving in the direction of where it should be moving to, because it's not really a sell-off. So it's just, this is a great indicator. OBV is a great indicator, and is showing us exactly what was happening. It's awesome. It's awesome to be able to prove something like that and show it on a piece of paper, on a chart, on a digital piece of paper, on a chart, how it looks, and how it can show you exactly what is truly happening. Let's see here. It was 15 days, Novocaine. It was 15. It was basically to the end of the month. Let me take you guys to the other page here, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Or actually, we'll not take a look at the rest. We'll take a look at the data. Let me see here. I got this set up on the wrong page, so that didn't pop up. Let's see. There we go. Price predictions. Yesterday I said close of 420 for AMC and 150 for Ape. We had 142 on Ape and 421 on AMC. The combined total between the two, we had 563. Let me go through and check and see where everybody was at. We did have one person miss price prediction tally point for yesterday. It was Eric. He had 6 to 9. Let's see here. Apex was close. He had 5 to 8, and but he still made it though. So points to Einstein, myself, and Apex. Short exempt volume. I've been waiting to see this since I went to bed last night. I was kind of wondering what this was going to look like here. Let's see what we got going on here with short exempt volume. On AMC, short exempt volume was 571.8. It's not a million. I like seeing a million. That's a much better looking number. 5718. And on Ape, oops, I hit the wrong button. Final numbers on Ape were 641.9. Oops, that 4 is still sticking. Yesterday, AMC was down 9.27. And Ape was down 13.41. Utilization, 100%. Let's see if we still have 100% on AMC. Probably we will. 100% utilization. Let me verify the date. Date on it is March 15th, so it's accurate. And on Ape, utilization is 83.8, dropping slightly. Max pain, $7. I'm gonna guess 7. It dropped to $7. Off exchange. 64% is the number that kind of a standard number for us, but when you have SSR that is on, typically these numbers are lower. Combined between off exchange and EDGX, we had 49.94 on off exchange. EDGX is 10.73. The combined total 60.67%, or about 1.33. Sorry, not 1. 3.33% lower than what I would expect to see on a normal day. Obviously, like I said, with the short exempt volume being legally available to be created with SSR being tripped, you typically just don't see a whole lot of price discovery being hidden through off exchanges. And then you'll see even more so probably on Ape. That'll probably even be more so the case, but especially with sell orders that are coming through. That they're not going to suppress those going through as much, and that volume is going to show up more so on the lit exchange instead of through off exchanges. But 60.67 was what it was. CHX volume for AMC yesterday was 3.88% of the total volume, which equated to about 1.4 million shares going through that exchange. 30-day average is 2.04, so it was definitely elevated. On Ape, these numbers are probably going to be pretty, they're not as low as I would think here. 57.04% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 5.87. 62.91. It was still underneath the 64 that I would expect by 1.09%. CHX volume was 0.03 with a 30-day average of 0.07. GME's CHX volume was 0.76 with a 30-day average of 0.29, which means that it was elevated by almost 3 times the amount from normal, which equated to about 34,500 shares going through that exchange. Might see a little bit of a price bump up here in the near future on GME. Moving on to institutional ownership, 133.7 million is what it was yesterday. It is 133.663 now. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of open interest for calls right now on, oops, I forgot to log into my broker. I knew I was forgetting something. I didn't give you the two-factor authentication speech. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you are setting it up, if you have the ability to put in a secondary device, do that, because it could allow you to avoid, if something happens to your primary, you'll have a backup you can send the code to. Also, now would be a great time to start taking pictures or videos of your portfolio every single day and saving that in a folder someplace for record keeping for your purposes in case something happens when your broker converts or reverse splits. Should that go through, you'll want to know what your before and after looks like. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm logging in and it's okay, there we go. Finally, it took a hot minute. All right, let's try this again here. Starting with, yeah, let's start here. call options. Highest amount of open interest is at a $10 strike. Yesterday, there was approximately 162.3 thousand contracts. It's now 162.6. Did slightly move up a little bit. On put volume, highest amount of open interest is at a $2 strike. There was 465.9 thousand contracts yesterday. There's now 460. How much did I say? It was 465.9. It's now 466. Also rising just a hair. Taking a look at AMC 1, highest amount of call options in open interest is at a $7 strike. Yesterday there was 4.4 thousand contracts. Today there's 4.3. On puts, highest amount of contracts open, it looks like at a $11 strike. Yesterday it was 2.6 thousand contracts. It's still 2.6. Moving on. Let me take you guys over to the other screen. I'll move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. All right, combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.61. We are still holding support for most of the day yesterday around that 552 Fibonacci level of support. Had a couple of tests off of that. I am expecting, like I told you guys yesterday, I am expecting a push down on this, continued push down on this, potentially to as low as this 423 mark here. So the next push point below 552 is going to be below 526 combined, and we might consolidate for a little bit and then maybe break out going into this is probably tomorrow if I had to guess, maybe even 2 days from now. So as of right now, the volume profile, let's take this out to about a 30-minute interval here. Volume profile, for the most part, it looks pretty even. Might be slightly rising here. Let me check back a little bit further. Yeah, it's slightly rising. We're having like bumps of volume in here. But for the most part, volume is kind of staying at about an even pace, other than these few bump ups that we're having, these few spikes in volume here. Oh wait, I pulled that back over. So these are the two spots right here where I said we're going to see some consolidation. We had a move that was very, very similar to what we had back in early February. And it's very possible that we're going to get that same type of consolidation with that one last little bump down, probably coming right around this time. Might be a little bit before, but I think we're going to get a little bit of consolidation where we're at, and then a little bit more bump down. And then we might finally be able to start seeing price rise back up here. But we do have a very similar kind of pattern forming right now as to what we had from the past here. And I think they should play out pretty close to the same. I do know that they're going to be pushing this. I think they're trying to push for about 340 on total price on AMC before any kind of conversion or reverse splits happens. So if we see some kind of filing or announcement that that's going to happen sooner than later, watch for this to really drop quickly. You know, they're not going to want these values to convert at a really high price, as it'll definitely put shorts into a tough bind. Short share interest of the free float showing up at 24.1%. And let's see here what we got going on. Utilization, I already pulled up. On loan amount, let's see here. Increasing. Day over day from 189.6 to 193.2. So we're looking at 3.64 million shares more on loan. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising from 23.86 to 24.1. Let's see what that's going to do to on loan average age per. Oh wait, let me calculate that out real quick here first. Let's see, 86 to 41 is going to be 0.24. Of that 3.64 million shares, Ortex is estimated that about 1.24 million of it was in new short interest, which is quite a bit. I would expect to see the on loan average age per day starting to drop on those kind of numbers some more, and it did. It went from 96.25 to 95.36. Has not found a bottom yet. Security lending volume day over day decreasing from 14.86 million to let's see here, 6.71 million. On Ape, we have short share interest of the free float at 6.53%. Let's take a look at what that utilization looks like day over day. Slightly dipping a little bit. 83.99 to 83.8. On loan amount dipping from 32.29 to 28.2. Let me do the math on a calculator because there's no way I'm doing I already can tell I'm slow this morning. So 32.29 down to 28.82. 3.47 million shares returned. And I don't know if you guys are seeing this or not, but you're seeing the rebalancing. It looks like early in advance, and I've mentioned this on a couple of occasions so far. We're already starting to see the rebalancing because the amount of shares that were returned are starting to show up as loans on AMC side. So they may be taking out returning the shares on Ape and then loaning the shares out, reloaning the shares out on AMC. As that's how it looks like. It looks like there's almost every single day you can see the rebalancing happening. That's going to drop our estimated short share interest of the free float from 6.74 down to 6.53. On loan average age per day on this rising yet again from 37.31 to 39.42. And security lending volume day over day increasing from 2.99 to 8.06. Orders by Fidelity customers. I just refreshed it and I didn't mean to. Son of a gun. It's only going to show me the last 4 minutes now. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for on here. GME is on the list here with a 78.23% buy to 21.77% sell ratio. Looking really strong on that one. Let's see what AMC and Ape, see if they made it on the list. AMC is on the list. Our buy-sell ratio on AMC, 67.76 to 32.24, so it's strong. I like what I'm seeing. Ape didn't make it on here, but let me see. What kind of volume did we have yesterday? We had some high volume on Ape. Kind of surprising to see. That means that there's not a whole lot of action happening on orders from retail on Ape, but the volume was pretty high, so that means it was most of it was probably coming from Antera. This is why you're not seeing it on the orders by Fidelity customers list here. SSR did trigger yesterday on AMC and Ape, and so is on for the day today on both. SSR trips today at $3.79 for AMC. Ape will trip at, let's see here, price 1.278. Shares available to borrow is at 350,000 shares. Let's see here. Looks like overnight they had up to about 1.1 million shares. What are we looking at here? $750,000 plus the 35 that they 30,000 that they borrowed out of there. So let's just call it an even 800,000. I am rounding up on this, so I'll make sure and not round up on other things later on in the day. Yesterday we had about 1 million shares borrowed. Today so far we're at 800,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 111% currently. 724.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 5.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 826.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 347.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. Mixed markets this morning. The Nasdaq 100 is showing up right now 0.24, but everything else is down anywhere from 0.23 to 0.78. And the VIX is showing futures up 1.42. So it looks like some more bleeding to occur on the markets today. Overnight, Europe. So Credit Suisse, the Swiss National Bank, decided that they're going to go ahead and bail them out for, I think it was like it was either 64 or 46. I can't remember. I think it was 64 billion dollars. So with that kind of news, I guess that Europe's went up last night anywhere from 0.25% to 0.75%. Asian markets were down though yesterday, anywhere from 0.6 down to 1.72. So, but mixed markets internationally. Ethereum Classic is up 1.47, still within the wedge that I've got drawn out here. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.17 at 104.47. WTI, or oil, is trading down in the pre-market 0.86. SPY is currently down 0.06 in the pre-market. Tesla in the pre-market is up 0.57, Amazon up 0.04, Cinemark is down 1.64, Doge is up 1.72, Bitcoin is up 2.1 at 24.8 a coin, GME is up 0.75, HYMC is down 0.22, Hood is down 0.11, CS is up 5.09 after the news of being bailed out $64 billion. Ape is down 0.7, and AMC is up 0.71. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately, well, this is for yesterday's numbers rather. Let's see, $6.8 million roughly more inflow than outflow yesterday on AMC. 21,000 shares traded so far this morning, pretty low volume. On a 4-hour time interval on AMC, we have currently more more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 23.38, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, but this the actual values over here are saying more selling pressure. So, but they look, it might be slightly more. RSI is at 32.88, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, We have a crossover of the vortex indicator within the last hour, and with more selling pressure currently, and RSI at 38.5, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 42.47, which is below average. On Ape, yesterday there was approximately $300,000 more inflow than outflow. 36,000 shares traded so far for the day today. Oh, by the way, yesterday I said 20 to 40 million on AMC and Ape for volume. We ended up having 42.4 million shares traded on Ape. So I missed by 2.4 million. It was close, real close. And then AMC ended up being 36 million, so we got that one. Not bad, all things considered. I mean, I expected volume to be much higher and or lower. I mean, and compared to the beginning of the day pace, and by the end of the day, it actually came down to right about where I was estimating, based off the pre-market volume. So, but right now, pre-market volume is still kind of elevated on Ape this morning. We'll have to wait for our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, which occurs in 10 minutes from now. But both AMC and Ape have some pretty low volume so far. On a 4-hour time interval, on Ape, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 32.54, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 40.59, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than an RSI of 44.21, which is below or slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than an RSI of 56.17, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 1-hour time interval, we have lagging line below price line. We have conversion below base. Base is dropping pretty steadily down towards the conversion and price. We do have a red cloud forming on Ape in the futures here, which means we might see by the end of the day or going into tomorrow, we may be seeing some of that green pressure coming in on the back half of this week here. So the top of the cloud for the day to day is going to we're going to need to see price above $1.81 to get that buying pressure to kick in. Tomorrow it's going to drop down to about 172, but $1.81 is what we're going to be looking for on Ape for some additional buying pressure today. On the 1-hour chart, on a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line. Conversion and base are still lined up dead on. The thinnest portion of the cloud coming into next week. Let's see, today's Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are the days where I would most likely expect price to break through this cloud. But the top of the cloud for today on the 4-hour chart is going to be 198. The numbers are getting closer and closer together on the 4-hour and 1-hour chart. When that happens, you tend to see things lining up really well for a push through to those values. So we're at 141. Hopefully we can see some of this buying pressure kicking in here. However, I do expect them to continue to try and keep pressure on holding this price right where it is, or continuing to drop it. If they have to use the rest of the market's momentum to do so, I'm sure they will. But I mean, this cloud, we didn't break through the front side of this cloud. We didn't break through it, which tells me that we should be breaking through on the backside at least. So I am seeing some positive futures here on price. If I had to guess closing price for the end of the day today, I would probably put us around the question is Antera going to sell off the rest of their position? I wouldn't put it past them. Let's go with I'm probably going to say $1.50. And I'm probably going to end up being really wrong on this. So we'll probably see it drop some more today. But I'm gonna go $1.50 on it was same value that I had yesterday on Ape for a prediction. Let's take a look at AMC. Lagging line is below price line, conversion below base, price is below the cloud. We have not broken through the cloud on the front side, and we have a thickening. This is kind of a weird cloud, right? We've got a dual red cloud here. We've got a pinching off of two ends, and then another red cloud starting here. But the thinner portion of this cloud is we do have a thinning portion right now currently. And on the back side of this, and we don't know where this cloud's going to end at, but the cloud for the top of the day today is going to be at $5.11. And on a 4-hour chart, getting the lagging line above 477, maybe 477 should provide us some additional buying pressure, but if it comes late in the day to day, would put us right at the cloud, and you would see it stall out at a 477 price. On a 4-hour chart here, we have lagging line below price line, conversion below base. The thinning portion, we are not even close to the thinning portion of a cloud until going into next week, which would put us, let's see, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Monday, Tuesday, starting Wednesday. Wednesday is kind of like the next week is kind of the thinning portion of this cloud here. But for the top of the cloud for the day to day on the 4-hour, it's going to be about 707. So way up there. If we got buying pressure at 511, where would that put us on this chart? That wouldn't even get the lagging line above price line on a 4-hour chart. So you could see some initial buying pressure that would push it or maybe boost it up to the $6 range, which is where the bottom of the cloud is. But I'm not really expecting that right now, as I don't think that there's. Let me check one thing real quick here. I don't think there's anything that's going to be driving price right now in regards to failure to delivers, but let me just verify real quick. Let's see, today is the 16th. Actually, there is. We're actually coming into some really large numbers here on failure to delivers for the future. Today is the 16th, which means usually they try to close positions in advance. Part of the reason why we saw CHX volume rising so much yesterday was because there are some massive failure to delivers that are starting to become due, and you could see there is some pressure here. There is some pressure building on forced buying. All right, that's going to change my my idea for where price could be moving on this. We did print a TD9 on a 4-hour chart here, which usually means price is going to start heading back up. Let me start looking at Bollinger Bands. We did touch this Bollinger Band on the way down, which means we would usually start heading back up towards simple moving averages, which is going to be around 564. We might be seeing some green here. This seems a little too soon for price to be turning around, though, for me. 421 was our close yesterday. I mentioned to you I think it was either yesterday or the day before. I think I mentioned to you guys that I thought there's a chance that we could be seeing a 340 price before the conversion and split, as that would be a 60% failure in price. Our current low of 415 puts us at 51.3% down from our last 853 price, our last upwards momentum. 415 doesn't seem like a usual typical turnaround point here, so I'm kind of confused by this a little bit. All right, this is what I think may happen today. I think you might see like a really hard drive on price. I think they may try to trip SSR like one last time. And a 10% failure off of yesterday's closing price is obviously going to be the. I'll put you guys back on the screen here. It's going to be a 379 price. You may see a really hard push down to 379, but if you do see that happen today, I would expect to see a massive bounce off of 379. Just like really, really hard bounce off of it. Um, hmm. That's not. I don't know. I The only way this is going to happen, the only way that they're going to be able to get this price down today, I think that much, is if the market takes a big old dump. If the market takes a big old dump, then there's we'll see a very strong chance of hitting that 10% and then bouncing off of it really hard. But I don't know how they're going to continue to push this down without that. I'm going to put us at a close of 405. Which has me at a 555 combined price on AMC and Ape, or basically 405 to 705 on my price prediction for the day today. All right, I'm gonna go back over and see what you guys are writing here. We got Pokey Stick of Volume coming here in 1 minute. Oops. Or is it already happening? Oh, it already happened. Pokey Stick of Volume already happened. Let me look at it real quick here. Pokey Stick of Volume for AMC was 42,000 shares, putting us to 66,000 shares, meaning that we had about 22,000 shares going into it. That's going to be easily 10 to 30 million volume traded day on AMC. So low volume, I don't expect to see a big price rise on low volume. So the 405 is probably pretty accurate or thereabouts. On Ape, let's see. We should still have somewhat of a decent volume level this morning on Ape. 145,000 shares. Yeah, this is still decent. Still decent volume here on Ape, and that's likely due to settlements from yesterday, guys. Some of that's going to be settlements from yesterday. So we're looking at. I think the market's probably going to still expect somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. So I'm going to leave the volume prediction as the same value. It is lower than what it was yesterday because I think we had about 240,000 shares, so it'll come down. But remember, I was a little high or a little low on prediction yesterday, where we ended up having like 2.4 or something like that million more than what I was predicting. So with slightly lower volume today, we'll probably see it right within that range of 20 to 40 million. Should be a pretty good estimate. I could drop it down to 1535 and probably still be safe or safer on my prediction, but I'll just leave it where it's at. I think I should be fine. All right, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Tank Dog says, Casey, are we close to the kitchen sink? They're running out of options here, man. They're running out of options, and they're gonna have to drop this price quickly. So I think it's all really going to depend upon any kind of announcements on whether or not we're going to be able to get this reverse split and conversion done sooner than later. No, Hazel, I did not catch it yesterday. Casey, with conversion do failure delivers or short exemptions even matter on Ape anymore? Well, they wouldn't if the conversion and reverse split occurred, right? But until that happens, they do. And I don't know. Jathan, I'm not specifically sure why they would choose to sell their position. I maybe they just don't want to be a part of. They were only interested in the deal that they got. We want to head towards being a profitable company, right, Roseanne? Good morning. Reading the Ape can't convert 1-for-1 due to price difference, looking like 3-to-1. Can you elaborate? I don't know who's saying that, but that's not how it works. It works based off of how the proxy is going to define the parameters by which the conversion happens, and the proxy is very clear that it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So I don't know where you're reading that, but whoever's saying it's not right. Eric says, "Is Citadel running out of money?" All I can tell you, Eric, is that they certainly have less assets than they had a year ago. Quite a few less assets. I don't remember what the exact numbers were. I presented them a while back, but it's quite a bit. I don't have those numbers written down any longer, but they're held positions, and here's the other part too, Eric. The spread by which they're leveraged is far less than what it was before, like in 2022. They're well, I should say 2021. Their leverage positions in 2021 were far greater than what their leverage positions are in 2020 reported amount for 2022. Drastically different. So, and I think the important part about that is to recognize is that in a down market, a hedge fund should be making money, right? That's the idea is that they should be able to make money when price is moving down. That's what most people think, anyways. And they're actually being way more cautious right now than they were in 2021 on price movement because they know that they may have to hold additional collateral available for the positions that they're holding. So the hedge difference, the amount of open positions that they have compared to how much they hold, there's a massive gap there that wasn't there before. You're welcome. Nah, I probably won't watch it, Hazel. I think there's plenty of proof to already just to there's more than ample proof to prove that statement to be incorrect. But I'm not going to watch it though. Sounds good, Apex. Not a problem. It's totally okay. Tech We Love says, I expect us to be 24.5% or higher in revenue for Q1 2023 compared to Q1 2022. This does not include AMC Perfectly Popcorn because I'd need to see it on balance sheet for predictions. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say how much they're going to be making on that for sure, but it's even if it's just $10 million. $10 million is not bad. It's still money. Do you think it helps or hurts us that after reverse split we're looking at about 45? It's there a price that will put shorts in a no, no, because it's really the same thing, Jason. It's really the same thing, right? That's the whole point. You have no all it does when you have it's consolidation of on a reverse split, your value doesn't really change positions at all. Like all the value is the same. What I would say is that it just makes the availability or mm, it makes the amount of liquidity less that's available in the market. Which means that when Adam Aaron decides to dilute with whatever shares he's going to dilute with, the quantity of shares he's going to dilute with, those are going to be way more valuable at that time because of that consolidation. So I don't know if I would necessarily agree with 45, but I mean I'm not going to argue values because I don't think anybody really knows what it's going to be exactly. Militia Ape, the reason is because a holding thesis is what allows us to win this game. If you don't believe in a holding thesis on short positions, then you wouldn't agree with anything that I would have to say then. The idea here is to trap shorts in their positions by not giving them shares. By giving them shares, then they basically are allowed to close their positions. And so the other part to this too that you have to remember is that when you do sell, you're accepting losses, and you have to eat those losses. So there's a lot of downside to trading your position for one thing for another when it comes going from AMC to Ape. You lose any holding period of time that you're holding your shares for, and as far as tax exemptions that you may have from holding them for a long period of time are lost. There's a lot of different things that you'd have to kind of consider in a big move like that. But as far as that buy and holds, thesis of stopping shorts in their tracks, and you're basically saying that doesn't matter, and when it does. But it is your money and it's your choice. Do you think Credit Swiss, I guess am I supposed to say Swiss now? Do you think Credit Suisse will burn through that money quick? Don't they have to cover all of those withdrawals? Corey, I don't know, man. They could burn through it really fast. I'm not sure what their burn rate is. I haven't done any research into how quickly they've been burning through. We could probably go take a look at some of their reports and see if we could kind of figure out how long that's going to last them for. Um, but yeah, it's without changing something, they're going to continue to burn, right? IC, Blarkey IC would be my only indicator that I would ever use. Uh, and the reason why is because there's so many different indicators wrapped into that one indicator that tell you what the futures are going to look like. IC is probably the only one I would use. Well, that's good censored content. I have to go back and reread through it to remember exactly what the limitations were. I don't play options, Jason. That's a rich man's game, in my opinion. Sammy, I don't agree. I don't agree with short squeeze as no longer being a valid at all. I would actually completely disagree with that. Yeah, So you guys are still talking about that about the you know uh, whatever it is that you saw on Tony's live stream. I had Foo Dog and I went to my Discord and I was like, is Foo Dog in here? Because Foo Dog sent me a message. And I don't know if it was him or not, and because the Foo Dog that sent me a message on Twitter uh, only had a couple following and a few followers, and so I thought there was a chance that it might not necessarily be him. So I was looking for Foo Dog. I was like, "Where the hell's Foo Dog at?" So if you guys see Foo Dog in here, I just want to make sure that's his Twitter account because he sent a message, and I was like, "Whoa." Andrew Morgan says also the buy and hold song just wouldn't sound as good if it was buy and sell and buy again a bunch of times and pay the government more in taxes. It's not as catchy. That's absolutely right. Yeah, I tend to agree. I would have a hard time writing a song like that and trying to make it sound good. Can you please tell the people the positives on losing? They're not losing 90% of their shares. How's that? I could start off right off the bat with you're not losing 90% of your shares. You're welcome, Jason. They booted Foo. He, if it must have been him that came onto my Twitter and posted what he posted then, because he he was pissed. I could tell. Keto says this lawsuit proves their desperation. I wish this lawsuit was. I wish it would just go away. I really wish it would just go away. But it is what it is. We got to go through the process of going through it, I guess. If you sell and you buy back in, yeah, long-term capital gains, you would avoid you would lose the exemption from short-term capital gains. You would lose that ability to claim long-term capital gains if you were to sell and then buy back in, yeah, because you'd have to hold the position for a year. Danny says Casey, I friended a Foo Dog on Twitter, but Foo said it wasn't him. Yeah, I kind of thought that it probably wasn't Foo. But I don't know for sure because I mean, it was just real. It was the account just didn't have a whole lot of followers but I mean, it could be him. I don't know. So if we see Foo Dog in here, we can let me know. I gotta say hi. Gotta find out if it's his account or not. C Pimpin, let me ask you a question. How many shares did you ever buy? And I just want to know what you bought, not what you got in a dividend, but what you bought. How many? Oh, actually, no. Sorry, don't tell me. Don't tell me how many shares you had. Let's just say you had 10 shares. Let's say you bought 10 shares. And then you got a dividend for another 10 shares. So you now have 20, right? And now you're getting converted 2 to 1. But you only ever bought 10. You didn't buy 20. You got a dividend for 20. So now you're going to get 2 shares after a 10 to 1 reverse split. So how many times does 2 go into 10? And that's the answer to your question. It's not 90%, man. Our cost average will be 10x after the split, and with the shares, let's say I have 100 shares, it will be 10, and if I have a cost average of 10, it will be 1. Your cost, yes, your cost average will rise. Yes, that would be correct. I'm kind of reading, and I think what you're trying to say is, will my cost averages be higher? And yes, it will. Yeah, see, Pimp, and I know you accidentally typed in 2 extra zeros on there. That's all right, man. 10. We'll just go with 10, right? Mac and B says, so now these clowns will say that issuing Ape didn't give us free shares, but a reverse split takes away 90% of shares. Like, come on, decide on something. And it is, you know, that's what it's not necessarily that they're clowns, Mac and B's. It's just that we have really bad actors within the community who are spreading information that's incorrect, and then people are just grabbing or latching onto it and owning that information and saying like, oh my gosh, and then they're not actually taking the time to go out and do the actual math on what it is that they're getting, and so they're just going with whatever it is that people are saying, right? And you really have to sit down and do the math, because it's just not right. They're spreading false information. There are some really bad actors among us, guys. Some really, really bad actors who are among us, who are spreading some just absolutely bad information, and people are latching onto it and just taking it and running with it. And you got to be careful. You got to be careful of who's giving you information and what it is that they're trying to spread. Because again, going back to that whole like pissing on the corner in your kid's lemonade stand stuff, when you latch onto that bad information, you start spreading it yourself. You're pissing in your kid's lemonade stand. So don't piss in your kid's lemonade stand. Just saying, it's not going to help their business any. Actually do the math and verify it first before you go spreading it. Like, make sure that it makes sense to you before you go around asking if it's true or not. Like, try and figure it out for yourself. And if you can't, do it privately. Do it privately with somebody else and see if you can't figure it out privately with somebody else if it's correct or not. Casey, I like the way you maths. Respect. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Don't lose anything, Ray, until you sell. Unrealized losses, which I was corrected on this morning and changed it to value. So yeah. Mega says, let the weak run away so the strong can buy and hold. So, Mega, and I say this again, and I know I've said it so many times in the past. We're going to lose people, guys, before this is over. We are definitely going to lose some people before this is over. And it really is the diamond hands that are the ones that are going to make out on this. But there's going to be people who we lose along the way. There's nothing I can do about that. I can't. There's nothing I can do. It is what it is. I can't. I can't. I can't change that. If I could somehow change that, I would. I would do everything I possibly could to change that. And I've done as much as I possibly can to change that. I have tried, guys. I got to a point in this entire process over the last 2 years where I came to the realization that, and I had to come to this realization because I was getting sick. I was getting sick in the head on the idea that I needed to try and save as many people as I possibly could, right? And that was the idea was is I needed to make sure that people had great information and knew what it was that was really going on. And I was trying to help people out as much as I possibly could through this entire process. And I got to the point to where I realized that like I just can't do that. I can't do that. There's no way for me to be able to keep that up. All I can do is just be me. I can just come on here, say what it is that I have to say, and let it ride. And that's it. I can't be responsible for other people's choices, their actions. Every single one of us have made our own choices and our own actions here. You're responsible for you. I'm not responsible for you. Your neighbor's not responsible for you. You, in the end of the day, are responsible for yourself. And I'm responsible for myself. I can't save people. I just can say what it is that I see. So, but we are going to lose people before this is over. I can promise you. We already have. We already have lost people before this is over. Wiggy Wiggle says this is a marathon case that you can't help them all. So the real problem, Wiggy, is that in a real race, if you help somebody else out, you're disqualified, right? And so I can't help anybody. All I can do is say what it is that I see. That's it. Otherwise, I disqualify myself. Dino Mike says, never trust a big butt and a smile. That's how I got married. Oh, man. Gooey says, going to cheers to justice today, my friend. The market really doesn't matter today. Write the formula down, then assign homework. Wait, oh, for how to calculate it out, Roseanne? Is that what you mean? Is you want me to write it out? You want me to write out how you figure out what the difference is on shares? Or I'm confused. Deb says, I heard a video about some banks getting margin called on loans. Title didn't make sense to me because I didn't know banks got margin called. If they're, yeah, it depends on what kind of positions that they're holding. They could be being margin called possibly from other banks. That they may hold some indebtedness to. But I'd have to see the specifics on it. I'm not really sure what it is you're talking about. TD Ameritrade doesn't give you IC. Well, Blarkey, TradingView is free. You can use TradingView, and it's on there. Jason says, Casey, what do you think the purpose of Ape was? I think it had multiple purposes, and I think one of the reasons that I think that Adam Aaron created it was a lot of people were complaining about wanting to see a share count, and they wanted a dividend, and let's see, what else did they want? They wanted share count, dividend. There was a third thing, I can't remember what it was exactly. Because I remember way back in the day when I was talking about it, it's like you're getting all three of the things that you wanted, you're complaining about it. Like legitimately, like shareholders were all out there going like, we want a share count, we want a dividend, and then they were complaining about, and I forget what the third one was, but we had all these shareholders that were complaining, and they got it, and then they were still complaining. Stupid stuff. We got a dividend. We're pissed off. It's not what we wanted. We didn't want a dividend. We wanted a share count. And so yeah, I think it was meant to do a couple different things. I also think, and in some ways, I feel like Ape was created as a Trojan horse. Adam Aaron knew that they would try to short that down almost immediately, and trapping shorts into position to where they would try and short it down, and then not creating an options chain, or being able to create an options chain, which is partially how they do some of the shorting. Kind of screwed them up a little bit here, and on a reverse split and conversion. Well, actually, not the reverse split portion of it, but on the conversion back, it's going to screw them a little bit in owing money to those who they loaned shares from. So I think I think it was multiple facets on which it was created through. So, um, yeah, it would be so. Doug's saying banks themselves cannot be margin called because they are not typically engaging in margin trading. If they are, however, if there is some kind of Fed type, and I'm assuming this is, I'm assuming this is going to be, if there, what's the word I'm looking for here, and I can't find the word. It's not going to come to me. If the bank is FDIC insured, if they are not meeting their requirements for what it is that they have to maintain in order to meet those FDIC requirements to be a federal bank, then that's in a sense that's kind of like not meeting margin requirements, right? It's not really a margin call. It's more not meeting requirements needed to be a federal bank. So they perhaps are not holding assets greater than what it is that they have in liabilities. Sammy, you're entitled to your opinion, man. But guess what? I hate to break it to you, Sammy, but we're well past all of that. And so dwelling over that in the way that you're doing isn't going to help any. We are like a billion steps beyond what it is that you're saying. And so you're really just kind of like sitting there like kicking dust and pouting. You're going to have to get past it, man. BioLife Hemp says Adam is getting his dilution he wanted. Only took an extra year to get it. If we would have said yes to AMC being diluted, we would have never seen Ape. Casey's Broken Mug says, Casey, so Antera has 179,231,920 shares. For me, I see 4 more days of selling at 44 million. Well, if they can't sell it all until after a certain period of time, like until after the conversion reverse split happens, then there might be a period of time where they can't sell some of it. But Casey's Broken Mug says, I see Ape coming down to two in or around a buck, and AMC touching 340. I see opportunity to average down here. No, Trey didn't start this movement. We started this movement. It all really started. I mean, if you really want to define like where perhaps maybe the whole idea of where buy and hold kind of started from in retail, you could probably say Wall Street bets. No, Tammy. Unfortunately, that's not correct. You didn't pay anything out of pocket for Ape shares. part of the valuation of given to Ape shares came from AMC. So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, Tammy. Let's say that instead of getting a doubling of your Ape share, or instead of getting double your AMC shares and getting Ape, you instead got double the amount of AMC shares that you had. What would end up happening to the value of AMC? Would it remain the same, or would it be cut because of the fact that there were additional shares diluted into the market? And the answer is that it would be cut. You wouldn't just get a dividend without there being some kind of change to value, because you suddenly have more shares now in circulation, right? So anytime you get a dividend in shares like that, you're going to see valuation given to the shares that are issued. So it's not something that you paid for. You didn't pay anything for them. You just simply had a value added to the shares that were given to you. And part of that valuation came from AMC's price, just like it would be if you had been given AMC shares. So this whole idea that it was, that it cost you something or it came from something doesn't matter, because it still would have happened one way or the other if it had been straight out of AMC or not. You have to give value to the shares in a dividend, right? You can't just give the shares and say, like, you can't create something out of nothing, right? You have to give it something in order to make it have value. So whenever the creation of it occurred, you had to give it some kind of value. That value came from AMC's price. I don't know, but companies pay dividends that are no cost. Well, that's different, right? That's coming out of that's coming as a dividend out of their pocket, and it's value that they're issuing as a dividend, right? But this was just a straight shared dividend that didn't come out of their pocket. It just came out of the inventory of shares that they had available to give out. But you have to give those shares some kind of value, otherwise they're worth nothing. So where does that value come from? And the answer to that is it comes from the share price, the AMC share price. They are legitimately AMC shares, and part of the valuation is coming from AMC. So this idea of it costing you something, it didn't cost you anything. You paid nothing out of pocket for those shares. Not a single dime came out of your pocket to pay for those shares. It all came from the valuation of AMC as a whole. I mean, Nana, you're essentially saying that because you're saying here's the hard part I have with this, Nana. You're saying you're in the red because of Ape shares, and that's not the case. You're not in the red because of Ape shares. You're in the red because of AMC's value. That's why. You're not in the red because of Ape shares. You're in the red because of value. Value being reduced. It has nothing to do with Ape shares being created. It has to do with shorting of the stock. Shorting of the stock and the price value falling. I mean, if you want to point, blame towards something, you can if you want to, and I could probably give you several different things you could point blame at. But one of the things that I would say is that people were supposed to hold on to their positions, and they didn't. So why did you see price dropping? Because they didn't hold on. They were supposed to hold, right? But they didn't hold. So why are you in the red? Because they didn't hold. There are people in this community who told you to sell, or that maybe they didn't tell you to sell. They said they were selling and suggested that the smart thing to do was to sell. And people followed and they listened. And this is where you're at. You're in the red because a lot of people listened to some of those people, those bad actors in the community. But it is what it is. You can point fingers at a lot of different things. That's not true, Nana. That's not true at all. No, if Ape were if it were free, Ape would be all green. I'm not blaming. I've been buying since the first. I understand, but it was still free though. It didn't cost anything out of your pocket. The reason you're red is because you lost value. The reason you lost value is because people didn't hold their positions. People sold. Yes. Perverted at best says Casey. You say we too small to move the needle, but when small people sell, it does. Y- Well, welcome to Casey's School of Understanding because you just figured it out, right? Like, how do they push price down? They move it. They allow those price selling orders to make it to the market, so that the price discovery does get affected when we sell our positions, but not so much when we're buying, right? You're figuring it out. It's finally setting in with you, and you're going like, oh. That's how they're able to manipulate price. They put our sell orders on the lit market, but they put our buy orders in off exchanges, and there's no price discovery. Got it, right? Yeah, it makes sense. It's welcome to Casey's School of 101. Understanding why the market, why retail sell orders make a big difference on price, but not our buy orders. This is why it's very one-sided. This is why the off exchanges are very one-sided in where price moves to. But here's the kicker, right? You could have 80% buying to 20% selling, and it's the 20% that's driving the price down, and the 80%'s not really moving it anywhere. So it's only on the buy side that retail doesn't have any impact on the marketplace. Why? Because that's how the market makes money. They make money because they distribute, or they accumulate and distribute. That's it. Accumulation and distribution. Those are the two different ways that they make money. And they accumulate when you sell. They allow price to go down, and that allows them to be able to get in at lower prices, and then they sell to you as the price is moving up, and they make money on the upwards way up. Distribution and accumulation are very old fundamentals in understanding how the market functions. Jason says, so this is where we're talking about, Jason, in regards to how do you see price improvement? It's by allowing Adam Aaron to sell shares in the marketplace, raise the capital that he needs to turn the company profitable, and then the things like issuing dividends would cause institutions who are long institutions to start buying shares because they don't want to be responsible for having to pay out of pocket to shareholders that own shares. That's the answer. Uh, Doug, I didn't. Retail does not move the needle. We move the needle down, but we don't move it up. Antera did sell some of their position yesterday, and as I went through and looked at the off exchange numbers, there was less off exchange movement yesterday than normal, which means more of those positions ran through lit markets, and you saw price movement downwards. So even retail sell orders are going through there. So Glenn, I had that discussion last night in some private DMs. So one thing you need to understand about the sell date and the filing date, when a transaction occurs, it's not until the settlement date that it's actually completed, right? You have to have your transaction, you have your settlement. So the transaction happened on the 14th, the settlement was on the 15th, the filing went through on the 15th. Some of the remaining positions that went through were also sold on the 15th as well. And so settlement wouldn't be occurring until this morning, right? But they already sold the position and the transaction occurred. And if you note in section 3 of Form 4, it says what was the earliest date? Well, the earliest date that the completed transactions occurred on was the 15th, but the transaction started on the 14th. But they don't count that because it wasn't completed until the 15th with a settlement. So you got to have the settlement first before you can file a form. So they went ahead and filed that Form 4 as soon as they possibly could, which was yesterday, after they probably completed selling the remaining portion of their shares that they sold, according to that Form 4. So that's how that works. Alien. There is some buying pressure in regards to some failure to delivers that are out there, but I still see price moving down for the day to day. That's that. My predictions got us at about 405 for a close, and on AMC and Ape, I'm looking for a. I'm kind of projecting 150 on Ape, but it might be a little bit lower. Is that Apex? Is that for? It's got to be for Ape, right? The 4 hour for Ape. Max paying for the day to day is $7. No, Keto. They can just simply trade those off exchange. Not all orders have to make lit exchange, right? I mean, a great way to look at this on a daily basis is you can look at the different exchanges. On if you go to chartexchange.com, right? You can pull up all the different exchanges, and only a couple of these exchanges here actually report to the lit market. But you can see where the volume is going through, right? And only the ones that are reporting directly to the lit market are actually is the only volume. All the volume is counted towards the volume for the day, but only some of these actually go through the lit market, which is where you see the order books, which cause price to move in a certain direction. I understand where you're going with it. The bulk order of the order would be placed through the lit market, but the volume as a whole is grouped together. So you could have huge amounts of volume go through at a single penny, right? So that's the problem. I think that's where the confusion kind of comes through is that um, the idea that you could have large amounts of volume going through on a single order, on a penny order, a 1 penny change, and that's the problem because they're just grouping it all up in one single order that goes through there. Instead of showing it as orders on an order book where they're being traded back and forth, it's just simply traded as a single block, large quantity block. Old Doge, take care, man. All right, it is 7:50. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break today. And Valarky's like, go to break, bro. Thanks, man. I was wondering when the first hey, go to break was gonna come rolling through. Let me get the camera off here. I'll put my note up and then I'll take my break. Oh, let me put the Bollinger Bands back up on Ape. I got both of them changed. Let's put this down here. I'll put it up there. Alrighty. Let me make sure I've got the volume set right here and turn on a little music for you guys before I go to break. And I will see you guys back 15 minutes before market opens. Sammy, assuming that you got blocked because you were right doesn't necessarily mean that's why you were blocked. It's entirely possible somebody might have blocked you for entirely different reasons. But making an assumption it makes an ass out of you and me, right? That's what I always like to say. All right, guys, I'll see you back in a little bit here, and let's see, we got about 25 minutes before I'm back, and I already gave my price prediction. I said 405 to 150, but we'll see what some of the other guys are projecting here. See you in a bit. Oh, Derek, I'll answer your question real quick before I go. I did not see his video last night. All right, see you guys in a bit.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, guys. So I might do a little bit of a change. I don't do this very often. I'm gonna do one of my changes on price prediction this morning. I had 150 for Ape, and quite frankly, I really think that they're gonna try and push Ape down as much as possible. Remember, for every penny down Ape is before a conversion or reverse split is 6 cents lost on the upside. And so the idea of them not trying to continue to push Ape down further uh, just seems unrealistic. So let me see here. Let me go back out here on a 30-minute chart, and I just want to kind of get an idea for perhaps where they may be moving this to. Clean up my chart too while I'm at it. Got a lot of lines in here I don't need. All right, let's see what we got. Get rid of the Bollinger Bands. I think this is what I'm going to try and target for price prediction for the day today. It's probably right around there, which is going to be 126. So I've got 127.8 as being SSR trigger point for the day today. So I'm going to go 126 for my price instead of 150. Drop that down a little bit. That's going to, of course, that's going to drop my overall price prediction as well. Let's see here. Yeah, so puck 50. So I'm gonna go 480. No, not 480. I'm sorry, 380 to 680. 381 to 681. That's gonna be my final prediction for the day today. I got Einstein contacted me already. He's going to go to let's see here, 408 to 708. He was actually really, really close to what my prediction was originally, but I just changed mine. And let's see here. Maybe I have Apex in already. There it is. I think Hope will see a bit of green today, calling AMC closing at 430 and Ape closing at 145, with a combined price of 575, 425 to 725. Got you down. 425 to 725. Aaron says, "Who the fuck is this guy?" What? Oh, AMC customer support. Okay. Let's see. What did Doug say? Doug, I go back and read what Doug said. Seems like it might make some sense if I read it first. Hold on a second here. Oh, he was timed out. Doug was timed out here. Maybe I shouldn't read it. Let's see. Okay, I'm not going to read that, but AMC customer support says, we here are expending our tech with laser projectors, among other things. So maybe do some research about our company before comparing your investment. Use stock bashing suppository. Wow, that was pretty tough. That was pretty harsh there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who that is, man. But he's got a toolbar there. AMC customer support rolling through here. with the funnies. Apex says predicting with more heart than brains today. Hey, that's all right, man. Market's looking let's see. Let me see if I can give you any okay, everything's showing down right now. I was gonna try and give you some positive hopes here, but everything's showing down in the pre-market right now. Nasdaq 100, I think, is actually starting to kind of head towards positive right now. But everything else is showing down anywhere from 0.32 to 1% down. And VIX futures are showing, let's see, what are they showing up? Up 4.25%. Ooh, those are way up right now. 4.25% and seeing pre-market only down 0.3 does not align. Those numbers do not align at all. That's all right, Apex. We've been through some rough ones before, but one of the things that I got to remind everybody is that some of the biggest downtrends that we've seen from the past have always led to some of the biggest uptrends as well. Jason says, got a question here. What's your estimate of the total amount of shares there will be once the merger of Ape and AMC and once 1 to 10 is applied? So, Jason, they actually set it right in the proxy. If you go read the proxy, there's all the numbers that you need are in that proxy, and so it's not an estimate; it's an actual value that they're saying of 144,743,012 outstanding shares. Set aside for the equity incentive plan is going to be 1,283,131 shares. Remaining shares left to dilute with that AMC will have in their control or their possession, but not registered and ready to be sold just yet, is 403,973,587 shares, and they will have 50 million Series A preferred shares available. Ignore my new short interest because that's actually not accurate right now as it stands. That was old data, so I should probably erase that. But yeah, all that data is right in the proxy and pretty straightforward. I'm a professional says I'm going to be forced to attempt to average down. I would always warn I'm a professional that the golden rule number one, only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. But in regards to that, one of the price points that I was kind of expecting to see as a potential for AMC in the future is about 340. I think that by the time the market is expecting to do a merger or reverse split, whatever date that's going to be on pending lawsuits, that there's a good chance that we see Ape coming up to rise up to that value, which would put our total market cap. I think I calculated it out. I already did the calculation for it once before, but I think that would put our market cap at about just a little under just under too many numbers. Just under 5 billion is what I'm estimating, but we'll see. I don't know for sure. You're welcome, Jason. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear about that, Doug. Hopefully they can rule that out as a possibility for you. I've dealt with cancer since I was in a freshman in high school. So yeah, they're tough fights, man. Absolutely. Stay strong, man. I know Six Sun is talking about different kind of stay strong, but I agree. Stay strong and always keep positive attitudes. I tend to notice that people who keep positive attitudes with cancer seem to do better than people who are down in the dumps. So try and keep your optimism up. Keep up those good endorphins running. Yeah, getting your tonsils ripped out would be way more preferable. A little rotor rooter back there in the back of the throat's not nearly as bad as cancer. Did you ever smoke before, Doug? I'm just kind of curious whether or not that's a factor for you. I think you were ex-military, so I would imagine you probably did back in the day, at least. Dynamite says, "I've been through it. Your mindset is key." Yeah, it really is. You got to go in. Keep a positive attitude. In facing of fear. Of course, I know that's not a hard thing for you. You faced all kinds of fear before as a military guy. Cody says 80% of smokers do not die from cancer. I wasn't necessarily suggesting that was the reason. I was just asking. All right, it's time to get this market started. I will see you guys on the other side of market open. And I actually don't have this Bollinger Band set up here. All right, see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Oh, where have you been, my blue-eyed son? And where have you been, my darling young one? I've stumbled on the side of 12 misty mountains. I've walked and I crawled on 6 crooked highways. I've stepped in the middle of 7 side forests. I've been out in front of a dozen dead oceans. I've been 10,000 miles in the mouth of a graveyard. And it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard rain. They're gonna fall.
He said hard.
Oh, what did you see, my blue-eyed son? And what did you see, my darling young one? I saw a newborn baby with wild wolves all around it. I saw a highway of diamonds with nobody on it. I saw a black branch with blood that kept dripping. I saw a room full of men with their hammers a-bleeding. I saw a white ladder all covered with water. I saw 10,000 talkers whose tongues were all broken. I saw guns and sharp swords in the hands of young children. And it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, and it's a hard, it's a hard rain. They're gonna fall. Oh, what did you hear, my blue-eyed son? And what did you hear, my darling young one? I heard the sound of a thunder that roared out a warning. I heard the roar of a wave that could drown the whole world. I heard 100 drummers whose hands were ablazing. I heard 10,000 whispering and nobody listening. I heard one person starve, I heard many people laughing. I heard the song of a poet who died in the gutter. I heard the sound of a clown who cried in the alley. And it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard rains are gonna fall. Oh, what did you meet, my blue-eyed son? And who did you meet, my darling young one? I met a young child beside a dead pony. I met a white man who walked a black dog. I met a young woman whose body was burning. I met a young girl, she gave me a rainbow. I I met one man who was wounded in love. I met another man who was wounded in hatred. And it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard rays are gonna fall. And what'll you do now, my blue-eyed son?
Hold.
And what'll you do now, my darling young one?
Hold.
I'm
It's
going
hard.
back out for the rain starts a-falling. I'll walk to the depths of the deepest dark forest, where the people are many and their hands are all empty,
Not when it's hard.
where the pellets of poison are flooding their waters, where the home in the valley meets the damp, dirty prison, and the executioner's face is always well hidden, where hunger is ugly, where the souls are forgotten, where black is the color, where none is the number. And I'll tell it and speak it and think it and breathe it, and reflect from the mountains so all souls can see it. And I'll stand on the ocean until I start sinking, but I'll know my song well before I start singing. And it's a hard, it's a hard,
Oh yeah.
it's a hard, and it's a hard.
What is it?
It's a hard rains are gonna fall.
Hold. It's hard.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! And we hold. That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns. Rock strong. Oh man, I had to put a little spice, a little flavoring on the song today. It was just kind of like it was it was a little butthead moment there. Yeah. So yeah, there they dropped Ape almost SSR there almost right off the bat. AMC is down to 409 right now. 405 was the prediction that I had for the day today. Let's see, we've got VIX up right now 2.45% at 26.78, which is a little bit lower than where it was yesterday. Let's see here what we got. Let me actually refresh on that just to make sure that's exactly right, because I know lately it hasn't been refreshing. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay. And then we've got, what have we got SPY at over here? We got SPY down 0.35 but rising, printing a TD9 and starting to head back down here. Let's see here. US dollars currently showing down, which means the market could start heading up. Could. We'll see. The futures earlier this morning were kind of showing a little bit of downwards momentum. I'm seeing VIX futures at 1.81 and future quotes on the markets down right now anywhere from 0.75% to 1.5%. So I'm seeing futures looking a little nasty right now as it stands. So the title for the day today is Allegheny lawsuit delay possibly costing shareholders exponential value. I did a little quick math this morning, which is always dangerous to do. You should never do math in the first thing in the morning, especially without coffee. But I'm kind of averaging, or what I potentially see is like and this is theoretical, right? Very theoretical, but I'm projecting about 6 cents lost for every penny that we go down on Ape. When we first had the approval for the merger of AMC and Ape through the conversion and reverse split, that was voted for not unanimously, but very heavily in favor of a yes vote. We were at a closing price of $1.64, and as it stands right now, we're at let's see, what are we at? $1.30. So we're about 34 cents down. Multiply that by 6 pennies per, what did I say? 34 cents, yeah, times 6. So about 204 in value. And that's kind of a projection on what it is that we could potentially have see. That's just basically kind of guesstimating based off of like market cap, like how much market cap are we losing per penny on Ape. And so that's how I kind of figured it out this morning. And we don't have to agree on those numbers, but the longer that this lawsuit takes to go through, is exponential value that could be lost, or it could be even gained. I mean, if price goes up too, then it would be the exact opposite. The longer we go up, the more we'd be gaining. So if we see some topside, I'd be like, keep the lawsuit going, because obviously the more upside on Ape, the better. Let's see here. There we go. Foo Dog. Been looking for you. I was looking for you this morning. I saw a message from somebody that was supposed. I'm not sure if it is really you or not, but their profile says Foo Dog. And so I sent a DM back to it with like some question marks or something. If you wouldn't mind responding back to me in that, good morning to you too, sir. Respond back to me if that was you that sent me that message, because I'd love to chat with you a little bit, but I wasn't sure if it was you or somebody just pretending to be you. Leon says, how do you guys feel about that Tony DeNaro interview last night? So I'm getting a lot of questions about that because I haven't seen it. And I actually pasted this in the general because I had some people kind of, giving me like a, a little snippet of what, I guess one of the quotes that Tim put out, Quast, I don't know how to say his last name, Quest, I can't say, I don't know. Anyways, his quote was, buying and holding doesn't work. That was his quote. Ron put that in the Discord, and so I posted another quote here. Says, if you aren't willing to own a stock for 10 years, don't even think about owning it for 10 minutes. And then I included in here, I said, I don't know who the fuck Tim is, but I've heard of Warren Buffett. so, yeah, I'm just throwing this out there. I have no idea who Tim is. Don't know who the guy is. Don't even really care. And I do know who Warren Buffett is. And Warren Buffett is a very strong proponent and has proven that buying and holding works in the marketplace. So, anyways, just throwing that out there. I haven't seen the interview, and I really don't care to. It doesn't sound like there's any added value benefit to me to see what he had to say. Yeah, 50 years ago. I don't know what that's in reference to. Uh, well, I don't know if I would call that a squeeze, Dick. I can't, I can't even, I can't say your name and squeeze at the same time without laughing. Uh, Johnson. This reminds me of like an airplane. When they cut from like one person saying, you know, look at that big, and then Nick Johnson, are you listening to me? I want you find that long, and the next guy says something else. Yeah, so I can't do it. That wasn't really a squeeze of 72. There was a little bit of a gamma ramp on that, but I don't think that was a squeeze. And part, I mean, it could have been. It could have led into a squeeze, but it didn't. I have a message from you, but I didn't send you a. No, no, no. You tweeted something, Foo Dog. You tweeted something. I got the tweet. I consider tweets as messages when they're two persons specifically. So yeah. Throw me back a response and then just let me know it's you somehow. But anyway, it doesn't really matter because even if I'm not talking to you personally, I'd still say it anyways out loud. But um, Sam says AMC customer support. That's hilarious. I think it's pretty funny too. I think it's pretty funny. So funny, I had to give AMC customer support a tool. It was funny. See, we got about 10 more minutes before we do the numbers here, guys. Let's see. I was jokingly saying the other day when we were looking at OBV, and I'll pull it up over here. And I kind of talked about this earlier this morning, so some of you are going to get a repeat here. But I was jokingly mentioning to you guys, and when we were looking at the holding pressure on OBV as an indicator, and we were seeing the massive drop in OBV with the price moving down and the large amounts of volume that were happening on the 14th. I jokingly said it's not retail because you can see we could see based off of the orders that were showing up due to the fact that there were large amounts of volume, we could see that retail was actually buying. We had like a nearly an 80% to 20% buy sell ratio. for the day that day on retail's part, but yet you had OBV dropping quite a bit. And I jokingly said maybe it's Antera selling, and I didn't really. I mean, it made sense, which is why I said it, but I thought I was more kidding than anything. But turns out we got their filing yesterday, and sure enough, yeah, they sold. So this is a great indication, guys. This tells you that this indicator is accurate in telling you when there's buying and selling pressure, real buying and selling pressure going on. And so when we look at this and we compare it to like AMC, and we see that everybody's holding AMC shares and prices is artificially moving around without the holding or selling, holding or selling pressure moving in either direction, then it tells you that you're building this giant spring action that's going to eventually correct itself, and price is going to come springing back up above where OBV is at. And but yeah, you can see here that OBV is definitely showing that there was a sell-off starting on the 14th. There was a continued sell-off that was not quite as great going into the 15th, and then holding pressure from the 15th to current. It looks good, but I mean, you can't really look at the current day's numbers until they're completed. So we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to see what these numbers actually finally look like. But so far, it's holding right now. But yeah, I mean, we can do the same thing on AMC. We can pull it up over here. We can take a look at what AMC looks like, and there you have it. It does not have. I mean, it does have some a little bit of selling pressure kind of in here, but nothing that would attribute this kind of a move, this kind of a drastic move in price here. And so this is what causes those springing actions in price when it goes back up above, well above. When I line this all up here and show you, what it looks like in contrast, there's a lot of holding pressure in on AMC here, tons and tons of holding pressure, and there's a little bit of deviations, but over time you can see that this is definitely held up here, really well. We've got as much holding pressure right now or more than some of the lower prices that we've seen from the past, or not lower prices, but higher prices. I mean, uh, from the past, right? There's as much holding pressure right now as there's been from the past when we were at higher prices. When this does spring back upwards, it's gonna launch really hard, because this is that I would almost call this like the springboard point at which you should see price move beyond, well beyond. Like if I line this up here properly, you can see how that springboard looks when price corrects itself upwards. It's a little too small. Let me bring down the other one. It's probably more accurate. Not quite. There we go. And so I'd have to, you can see the price fell well underneath here. And so this is going to be that springing action. You can see how the holding pressure was up here, and the buying pressure, or that holding, and then the buying pressure that came in involved when price started launching upwards, continue to launch the price well above, and then you see a correction back down where price kind of settles in, and then they start shorting the price down below, and then here's your springing back action, back up to the top where the holding pressure was at here, and this was a very controlled event right here when we went up to $34.33 in March of 2022, but they did allow the price to come back up to that holding pressure. But normally, and there was a little bit of buying pressure that occurred during that period of time there. But man, we are holding just fine right now on Ape, or AMC. I mean, Ape on the other hand, that's retail, or not retail. That's institutions. That's Antera. Over here, this is all Antera. I mean, not all of it, but most of it. So we'll look at it tomorrow, see how we do today in contrast. I'm expecting about 20 to 40 million in volume for the day today on AMC, or Ape rather. I mean, AMC, I'm actually predicting lower volume today, 10 to 30 million shares. So if we have continued higher volume and lower price, we might see a little bit more selling pressure coming out of maybe some of the settled shares from yesterday. But that would probably be about it, unless Antera decides to start selling some more positions. I wouldn't expect us continue to see a continued move downwards on that OBV. Colin says there's a lot of debate over which side Antera is on. I think they're on their side. Any company out there is always looking out for their own best interest, and that's it. Companies are made to make money in the marketplace. They're on their own side. And actually, Grant said the same thing I just said. I'd work with the assumption that Antera is on its own side. I would tend to agree with that. Jay, if you want the answer to that question, go look at Tesla. It's textbook example of how price can move upwards as a company sells into, dilutes into it, and price moves up. It's textbook. Elon couldn't have done a better job of what he did on destroying anybody who was shorting his company. And let me tell you, he had a lot of shorting of his company. It looks like Ape actually broke SSR here. I had 127.8. It looks like they hit 128. I don't know if that's going to give it to him or not. It's very, very close. They almost hit it. We might see another push back down to 127.5 or 127.8 that they have to hit. It's not quite there. They didn't quite get it there. But yeah, I would say, Jay, look at uh, uh, Tesla. Perfect example. Okay, more specifically, Antera's actions are more benefiting bearish or bullish motivations towards Ape and AMC. Hmm. I'm undecided on that right now, Colin. I'm undecided. I think I think tr- mm, yeah, I'm undecided. Doug says I got booted for saying what AMC just did about Tesla. I missed it, man. I didn't see it. Glenn says we all knew Antera was going to sell. They doubled their profit. They bought some of their own shares, Peter. I think that's probably how. I haven't. I have to go back through and read through some of the filings on what the agreement was and who could do selling and who couldn't do selling. I think most of the not being able to sell shares into the marketplace restrictions were placed on AMC. And it was for like 15 days, and which would have put us at the end of the end of this month. But at the same time, though, Adam Aaron still has the preferred Series A preferred stock, which he could sell, which is not common stock. Carl says, Casey, where's the so-called margin call that I've heard of? Not here yet. One thing I've always said, Carl's, is wait to hear news stories about hedge fund companies laying off workers and people walking out with boxes in hand. When you start hearing about that, you probably be hearing about margin calls. Rich says, have a feeling Antera were brought in to give AMC the vote the board wanted by giving them 30% of the vote. How did they get 30% of the vote? Was it how many shares are you suggesting that they had? I'm really kind of like I don't know how in the world they got 30% of the vote. I'm confused by those numbers. When I checked, they only had 17%. I'm not sure how you get to 30. I guess in a roundabout way, and that was only 17% of Ape, by the way. In a roundabout way, I guess you could probably say that because they were able to vote 17% in a four position, any non-votes that would have occurred would have gone 17% in their direction of the non-votes. But I mean, that's still not 17% of all of Ape. That would just be, yeah. Antera had 17. I'm not sure where this 30 number is coming from. It's kind of like a again, you really should dive into some of these numbers and understand that some of the people who are passing you numbers are passing you bad numbers. I really don't understand where 30 is coming from. I can't seem to grasp a 30% vote on Antera's part. It doesn't make sense. I'd love to know though. If I'd love to see how you get. Hmm. Do you think AMC chose Antera because they had to, or you think I think it could have been if I had to imagine, they were probably looking for somebody who was desperate. And they may have found somebody who was desperate enough to be able to agree to the agreements that they came up with and could all agree upon. Do I think there was some palm greasing? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not on the inside of those kind of things, and I have no idea. I know Adam Aaron needed somebody to bodyguard and raise the price of Ape, and to act like a bodyguard to the price while the vote was taking place. Um, and that's what they did. And they rose the price from 65 cents all the way up to, what did we get up to? Hold on a second, I don't have my numbers out. We got up to, let's see, we found a low at 65 cents, and one of the highs that it got up to was 268, no, 336. They got price all the way up from 65 cents up to 336 once he had basically hired him on as a bodyguard to price. And that's one hell of a job. That is a pretty big increase in price. So I don't know. I really don't know the answer to that, but they certainly did do a pretty decent job at moving price upwards. I would say 17% is still plenty. Okay, if you say so. I mean, when you look at the total numbers, uh, the overwhelming numbers were way higher than than 17% for a yes vote. But I mean, that's cool. I don't think. I guess what I could say is and the numbers will prove this just by you looking at them. There was an overwhelming yes vote by retail traders because they actually break it down in the report on who the voters were, right? And there was overwhelming yes votes for this. So Um, they didn't need it. While you may think that they were trying to use them to push the vote in favor of a yes vote, they sure didn't need it, not based off the numbers that were reported. Which is another reason why I think Adam Aaron probably started that uh, process of trying to quelch the lawsuit a day before the vote even went through. Yeah, I did too, Thor Bladed. I abstained as well. And we ran the numbers here on this live stream. I saved the numbers from here on the live stream. I think. Yeah, I did. We had 1.4 thousand votes here on the live stream. We had 55% of the people here saying that they voted for, 33% were against, and 10% were abstain. And my vote wasn't in there, but we had over 1,400 votes according to this, and that vote that was the breakdown. So the idea that the idea that they needed Antera for this to get this passed, I think that's nonsense. Four says, "Are you concerned about the lack of involvement we got from the community?" Um, Actually, Forrest, we got probably more involvement from the community on this round than we have in the past, to be honest. Which I think is actually a good thing. I'm really glad to see that we had as many people turn out as we did. I know it's not nearly as much as we would love to see. We would love to see way more than that out there voting. But to see that we had the turnout that we had, I think that does beat the past expectations, or not expectations, but past set numbers on how many people were voting. So I think that's good. I think getting people out there to actually vote how they feel that was my biggest goal, guys. My biggest goal on this whole go around wasn't about influencing votes and trying to get people to vote one way or the other. It was more about making sure that the voices of everyone was heard. That was my main goal in all of this. Good morning, hun. So and I think, to me, from what I saw based off the numbers, it worked because we had way more people voting, in my opinion, than the past. Perverted at best says, then why do it? I really truly honestly think that one of the main reasons that Adam Aaron wanted some an institution to come in and protect price, a long institution to protect price on AMC, or Ape rather, is he needed that share price to go up. Remember, for every penny that it moves in either direction is 6 more cents on the dollar for your conversion and reverse split. And because there's so much market cap, when there's more shares available, there's more market cap, right? So the valuation of it is higher. Moving up the price from 65 cents to $3 and some odd cents is massive. It's a massive, massive amount of market cap that you've just gained, and ends up being on the long side of a reverse split, and conversion is big time upside. Isn't that the goal of having voices heard to influence each other through reasoned debate? Yes, I would agree to that. I would totally agree to that. But I didn't want to be a part of it, though. I felt like I was doing a really good job, Pirate. Well, Not everybody's going to agree here, especially those who didn't get the vote the way that they wanted it. But I tried to do my best possible job of trying to play both sides to this. And if I didn't play a good enough job of playing both sides very well, then I apologize. But I tried to call it like I saw it. I tried to give you accurate information as best as I possibly could without leading you in one direction or the other as to which way you should vote. So I was acting as a conduit of just being able to provide a place for a healthy uh, debate with true facts being the uh, um, helpful information for you to make your choice. Glenn says Fidelity lending rate is 50%. Can you imagine what would happen, Glenn, if all of those Fidelity owners suddenly decided to stop lending their shares? Nothing I can do about that, Glenn. I can't control it. Yeah, it's messed up, Ryan. They should have been hammering their brokers. Casey, do you think the hedge funds will short until AMC is profitable? Which will I think they'll continue to short after they're profitable. I think that I think that a hedge fund's job is to continuously short until they win. And so I don't think anything ever stops them from shorting, and that's what people need to stop focusing on is how do you stop them from shorting? Because truly and honestly, you don't get a hedge fund to stop shorting until they're out of business. What you really need to do is how do you get people to buy? And it's not people, but how do you get institutions, long institutions, to buy? Oh, numbers time. Thank you, Active. I appreciate it. Active. By the way, Active picked the song for the day today. Active. I'm really sorry. I had to step in this morning and talk over the song. I just had to. I'm really sorry if I ruined the song for you, but I just had to talk over it. Because you're crapping on Adam Aaron, man. That's why. I'm pretty sure that's why they timed you out. And I don't know, man. You can crap on him if you want, I guess. I guess. Okay, please don't time out Sam for crapping on Adam Aaron. It's like it doesn't do it. You're pissing in the lemonade. You know what I mean? Dr. Zena says correct. Paying off debt doesn't get rid of the shorts. EPS positive doesn't necessarily get rid of shorts. Nothing other than them going bankrupt gets rid of shorts. Not in this particular case. We caught them full body in the cookie jar. They didn't just have arm length into the cookie jar. They were full bodied in the cookie jar here, and they got caught in it. And the only way out of this one is to either bankrupt AMC or get bankrupt. And that's it. They might get bailed out along the way because they are a market maker, but that's they're not look. It's going to be rough for them if we're successful. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Barky's like, let's get to those numbers. I mean, you can if you want to, perverted at best. You can if you want to, but it doesn't do any good to piss in your own lemonade. Your kids are selling your lemonade, and you're pissing in it. Why would you do that? Why? I mean, I don't know. Adam Aaron could have sank this company a long time ago, guys. He could have sank this company a long time ago. If you really think he's out to sink this company, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. You could have sank this company so long ago. I mean, you want an example of a company out there that could have been. Look at what the board members did to. Well, I can't name it. I'm not going to name it, but there's so many other companies out there where it's very very obvious that the company was not trying to be saved. Looks like Fidelity's down right now. Technical issues with the third-party browser plugins. Let's see here. Plugins that are causing issues with access to Fidelity website. Please try running your browser in incognito mode or having an alternative browser as we work with parties to resolve the issue. This means I'm not going to be able to show you guys options, at least not through Fidelity anyways. gotta love that when that happens. Okay, all right. Alternative method here. Let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again here. Let me make sure I got all my pages set up correctly, because obviously it's not. Starting with price prediction tally points for the day today. Let's see. We've got. Oh, wait. Hold on a second here. Let's see. Einstein has 3 points. Apex has 3 points. Eric and I have both missed a point for the week this week. It's not very often that happens, but it did happen this week. This is not meant to be financial advice. It's just 4 apes who are trying to figure out what price is going to be within a $3 range combined between AMC and Ape. I've got 381 to 681. Apex has 425 to 725. Einstein has 408 to 708. And Eric's got 6 to 9 again. Unfortunately, I think I'm not sure, he may have something going on right now, and he hasn't been able to put in a prediction, so I didn't get one from him, so I'm gonna have to go 6 to 9 on Eric. So he's probably just, he knew he missed yesterday, and he's probably like, there's no point in even guessing. So we got Max Payne. Oh wait, short exempt volume. Yesterday on AMC was 571.8 thousand shares. Ape was 641.9 thousand. Day over day price increase was down on AMC by 9.27%. Ape was 13.41. Oh, he's coming in at 460 to 760. So let me put him in here. He's out of the running for the week here, pretty much. But I'll take it. I'll take his number. Let's see here. Ape has 83 point, or no, I'm sorry, Ape was down 13.41% yesterday. AMC is still at 100% utilization. I can't remember if I added a day to this or not. I don't think I did. 43 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Somebody remind me if I did that or not. I can't remember. Ape had 83.8% utilization, which was slightly down day over day. Max Payne for the day today is $7, did decrease by another 50 cents. Off exchange by this time of the morning, I would expect to be about 44%, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11% by this time of the morning. And with SSR being tripped right now, that's probably going to be even closer to the truth, unless they're hiding a lot of price discovery. And that does appear to be the case. We have off exchange trades at 56.26%. EDGX is at 11.57. Combined total 67.83%, when we should only be seeing about 54%. So we're looking at about 13.83% higher than normal. A lot of price suppression going on right now on AMC through those off exchanges. CHX volume is 0 for the day today. We saw some very large quantities of off exchange volume on yesterday's volume. We had 1.4 million yesterday through CHX, and I expect that to be a big number again today too. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange is 61.82%. EDGX is 5.76. Combined total 67.58%. Again, price discovery being hidden through off exchanges and EDGX, as it should only be about 54%. So 13.58% on that one as well. I think wasn't that what it was for Ape or for AMC? 67 point. Hold on, I got to write this number down because those are really close. Hold on. Let me do the math again on AMC, just because I'm curious if those are like the same number. Close, very close. AMC's was 67.83, Ape's was 67.58. CHX volume on Ape is 0. And on GME, CHX volume is currently at 0.0. Oh, wait, hold on a second. It didn't refresh. 0.09% with a 30-day average of 0.29. Yesterday it was definitely elevated on GME as well. Let's see here. Taking a look at institutional ownership did drop day over day by a little over 100,000 shares to 133.6 million shares owned by institutions. We're at about 25.74% of the total outstanding shares owned. I think that's a low number. I'd like to see that more in the 30 to 35 range. That's actually, if you guys remind me later, that's something that I kind of wanted to talk about in regards to that. So if you guys wouldn't mind reminding me later. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of volume so far on call options this morning on AMC. We've got about, see, this is, let me try logging into my broker one more time. Oh, good. I think they may have fixed it. Sweet, they fixed it. All right, give me 1 second here. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account. When you set it up, make sure you have a, if you have the ability to put in a secondary device, do so. If something happens to your primary, you can still get your code to get into your account. And then I'm also asking you guys to please take pictures of your portfolio when a reverse split and conversion does happen due to the votes and assuming the lawsuit doesn't change anything. You would want to know what your before and after would look like to make sure that your broker got everything correct. Current amount of highest amount of volume for this morning is at a $4.50 strike on calls. There's 4.5 thousand contracts so far this morning. On puts, $4 strike is the and by the call strike today is the same as it was yesterday. Put strike for the largest amount of volume so far is at the same as yesterday at $4, and there's 4.5 thousand contracts on a $4 put. Taking a look at what's next. Take you over the other page here and give you a little bit of music, and we'll take a look at the rest of the numbers after I move some screens around. All right, we did get that break past $5.54 combined, and I am expecting to see a little bit of this consolidation. You can see this is looking very, very similar to a move that we've had from the past, and I am expecting to see this little consolidation in here and maybe potentially seeing a breakout back up to the top side coming up. The date here listed is March 17th is what I've got, which would be tomorrow. I'm hoping to see that break or that rise moving back up here after seeing a bottom on 520. Well, we hit a bottom of 535 combined, but I don't know. Maybe we'll see a 526 before this sees a turnaround point. I don't know if we're going to see that bottom I was looking for, guys. Of what I suggest, 340. I think 340 was the value that I suggested. I think yesterday or the day before, I can't remember which, but we'll see. I'm hoping we can avoid that because I know a lot of people are really kind of like, suffering with where price movement is. I don't know why. We've been through all this before. It's not like this is changing anything. So, but I think people are still probably licking their wounds after not getting their vote going their direction. So we'll get past it, move on, and carry forward. Taking a look at short share interest, the free float, we're at 24.29% right now. Borrowed change on AMC is up 2.8 million shares so far borrowed for the day. That's going to raise that short share interest, the free float, to that 24.29. Cost per borrow min is at 195.07%, average is 316.23, and max is at 358.44. Utilization, as I was saying earlier, is still at 100%. I think we're on day number 43 now. It sounds about right. And let's take a look here at what on loan amount looked like day over day. On loan amount increased day over day by 3.64 million shares from 189.6 to 193.2. Our all-time record high on loan shares out is 198.45, which we set on March 1st, which is approximately half a month ago in days. So we could be approaching or getting near that borrow rate again here soon, as we're only about 5 off from that right now, 5 million shares. And so far for the day we've already borrowed 2.8. Taking a look at estimated short share interest of the free flow, it did rise with that on loan amount, which is obvious, as it should. It went from 23.86% to 24.1%. Which means that Ortex is estimating that of that 3.64 million new shares on loan, 1.24 million of that was in new short interest day over day. On loan average age per day is dipping still. It went from 96.25 to 95.36 days. And security lending volume day over day is decreasing from, let's see here, 64.87 to, no, that's not the right one. 14.86 million shares to 6.71 million shares. And for those of you guys who, oops, yeah, that was right. For those of you guys who didn't maybe see this yesterday, these are your failure to delivers that got reported. This is where we're at right now, and those are definitely spiking up. I think myself had mentioned that we were on a downslope as well on the backside of these failure to delivers. And so when you look at the threshold list, watch it kind of make a little bit of sense here, right? As I zoom in on this just a tad bit here, look at where failure delivers started to become in control again. Once you get down to this number here and you count out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trading days, not quite. So we're probably going to see failure delivers drop a little bit further down here, or thereabouts. And but I think there's a mode, kind of like a mode that's being set here. On which direction. We see that there's always kind of like these like spikes, and then it settles down, and it spikes and settles down, spikes, settles down. And so we may or may not see another spike here in failure to delivers going forward. But these numbers are really high in here. 11.81 million shares, 9.83, 10.76. So they were just unable to deliver any shares here, and had to work to get shares delivered probably by loaning, which you can see where the on loan amount increased from about 175 million shares during that time to deliver. That's where you get your like 30 million share increase or 20 million share increase on loan amount. Which adds stress. And then you can see the on loan amount dipping right here, right? And then you see failure to delivers dipping, and now you're starting to see on loan amount going back up again, which means that you're probably going to start seeing this rise back in on failure to delivers. So these are cycles. Short share, just the free float's at 6.52. Hope I'm on the right page and you guys saw that. Okay, good. Short share, just the free float for Ape is at 6.52 so far for the day. About 10,000 shares having been returned. I'm not even going to count it because it's so low. What were the numbers from yesterday? We had a return of 2.08 yesterday. So far this morning, no shares having been borrowed, so we don't have any cost to borrow numbers yet for the day. Utilization's at 83.8%. And here it is right here. Going from 83.99 to 83.8. On loan amount day over day decreasing from 32.29 down to 28.82 million shares. That's a return of 3.47 million shares day over day. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropped from 6.74 down to 6.53, and on loan average age per day rising. We have multiple days in a row here of rising on loan average age per day. It went from 37.31 to 39.42, and security lending volume day over day increased from 2.99 to 8.06 million shares. Orders by Fidelity customers. I am expecting low volume on AMC, so I don't expect it to be on here. I don't know about GME, but Ape is maybe going to have a little bit higher volume today, potentially. and may or may not make it this list. Make the list. I don't see it so far. Nope, not on the list here. But GME did make the list. Higher amounts of volume being traded right now, and we have 87.85% buys to 12.15% sell ratio. GME is definitely getting bought up right now. Heavy buying going on right now on GME. I think somebody is expecting something on that one. Retail, anyways. SSR on for the day-to-day on AMC is $3.79. It is not triggered as of yet. SSR is on from yesterday. Shares available to borrow earlier this morning. It looks like they did return some of the shares that they had borrowed, and then borrowed another 200,000 shares, and they've also returned the ETF. So we're looking at about 1 million shares so far for the day-to-day borrowed. Fees have jumped from 111% to 127.2%. There's 732.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 8.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 828.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 334.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.03, Dow Jones is down 0.58, and S&P 500 is down 0.29. We have 4,312 decliners to 1,892 advancers. The market's looking like hot lava fire. Watch out, you'll burn your feet kind of stuff right now. And let's see here. We got Ethereum Classic showing up 0.94. DXY is currently showing down 0.12, even though the market's down as well. WTI or oil is down 3.87. Mortgage-backed securities for Vanguard and BlackRock are up 0.2 and 0.37. And SPY is down 0.38. VIX up 2.14. Let me click on it because sometimes it doesn't change unless I'm on it. Yeah, it's up 2.14. VBR is down 1.3. VB is down 0.91. Tesla is down 0.19. Amazon is up 1.85. Cinemark is down 2.22. Doge is up 1.19. Bitcoin is up 2.19 at 24.9 a coin. GME is down 1.38. HYMC is down 3.06. Hood is down 1.85. CS is down 0.88. Ape is down 6.53 and AMC is down 0.36. Inflow versus outflow on AMC. $1.5 million more inflow than outflow. Volume is at 6.22 million shares traded so far on AMC for the day-to-day. It's a little more volume than I was expecting, but we are an hour and 3 minutes or 63 minutes into the trading day so far. We're pacing for 38.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. That's about 8.5 million higher than the 10 to 30 million I was predicting, and that pace will obviously come down as the day continues on. So I do expect that to be, provided there's no like afternoon volume that just kicks in out of nowhere, that we should hit that pace. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 22.7, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be a almost certain divergence on this vortex indicator here. An RSI at 32.58, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.1, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what almost appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator on that buying pressure, an RSI of 56.96, which is slightly above average. On Ape, we have approximately 800,000, roughly 800,000 more outflow than inflow for the day-to-day on Ape. 8.38 million shares traded so far after, let's see, 65 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 50.28 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 20 to 40 million shares. It'll probably be on the lower side of my 20 to 40 million, but as of right now, I don't suspect why that wouldn't hit. It might be on the low side. We'll see. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.88, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.4, 35.49, which is oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.53, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud. On a 1-hour time interval for AMC, the lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. The top of the cloud for the day today is going to be at about 181. We would see additional strong buying pressure at those prices, which is quite a bit ways up from where we're at right now at 132.5. And I'm not really expecting to get there, but we do have the beginning portions of a red cloud starting today, and there's still thinning portions out tomorrow at a lower price of 172. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line below price line, conversion below base. We haven't seen conversion below base for a hot minute, and we did print a TD9 on a 4-hour chart here, which means we should see a reversal in price direction here soon. And the top of the cloud for the day today is going to be about 198, so we wouldn't see additional big buying pressure pushing in until staying above 198 for a prolonged period of time. On AMC, conversion line or lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. The top side of the cloud is at $5.11, which is nearly $1 higher than where we're at currently. And the cloud is thickening back up going into the future days here. So seeing a climb above the cloud here sooner than later would be ideal. But as it stands right now on a 1-hour time interval, 511 is where we're going to get our next big push of buying pressure coming from. We could see a little bit of buying pressure kicking in at right about 477, just because that would cause the lagging line to go above the price line and may cause the conversion price to drive above or at least be equal to the base point, which would kind of show like a strong indication of price movement. And that buying pressure at 477 could drive us up to that 511 point. But I'm not really expecting that today. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more our lagging line is below price line, conversion below base, and a really thick portion of the cloud here, which isn't really kind of thinning out until next week, potentially around like Wednesday-ish, for price driving up to maybe around like the 560 range, and then getting continued buying pressure coming in. But we are finding a lot of volume support where we're currently at right now. There was this last low of 370 that we had back here that we may be creating that second bottom on. Do note we had something very similar if we go back to that 1-hour chart real quick. Well, looking at the 4-hour chart, we had something very similar happen on the 4-hour chart. We had this like really thin portion of cloud, both green and red, moving into a red cloud that thinned out temporarily, and then on the backside of that red cloud, price broke up through it. We could be seeing something like that happening on that 1-hour cloud that's right here, where you've got like really thin portion of green cloud in here, red thinning out and then showing back up again. So we could be looking at like that run up. On a 1-hour chart, it's suggesting perhaps maybe going into tomorrow or maybe even Monday. So the 1-hour and the 4-hour chart aren't really in alignment as to where price should be moving up at, but they don't have to be necessarily. You could see an incremental move on the 1-hour chart that gets above the cloud, but not necessarily, and still be underneath the cloud here, going into next further like Wednesday, and then seeing that continued buying pressure coming in, kicking in by Wednesday. And let's see here. Let me put up Ape. All right. I'm gonna start with Jim Eagle. Says looks like the ECB and the Fed won't be happy until all the banks go under. Laugh out loud. Let me check that real quick here. I haven't checked this. Last night I checked the CME Fed tool, watch tool, and then I went to bed and it was like 60. Actually, do I still have it up here? Give me 1 second. I think I saved a picture of it someplace real quick, and I'll tell you what it was last night when I looked at it. Um, Give me 1 second. Yeah, here it is. It was 50. It was a 49.1% chance at no rate hike and a 50.9% chance at 25 basis points. So that was last night. Let me check it out and see what it says now. This has probably been the most volatile I've seen, with only 6 days remaining before the rate hike. This is the most volatile I've ever seen this. As of right now, we have a 26.9% chance at a zero rate hike and a 73.1% chance at a 25 basis points, or a quarter of a percent. So they're starting to lean back towards that the original 25 basis points that they had originally targeted. But it's been all over the place though. All right, real quick, I want to talk about something real fast here. I know we don't talk about other stocks here, so I'm going to try to avoid that as best as possible. But I want to try and help you guys out because I know a lot of you guys may be making trades on other stocks, and I want to just kind of throw something out there that I want you to think about. Not necessarily uh, financial advice in any means. I just want you to think about this whenever you're deciding that you're going to get into a position. Anytime, ever. It's always great to do. There's a free website, and the website's called Fintel. And if anybody out there is pushing a stock and it hits your radar and you want to look into it, please do a little bit of background research, at least into who you're getting invested with and what the dealings are here, right? So you can go into fintel.com and you can just search up, and we'll just do AMC real quick here. Make sure it says US colon AMC on the thing, and you want to look for institutional ownership. Right, go into institutional ownership for the stock, and look for institutional shares long. Right, you're looking for this line right here, and we could do this on another stock here too here in just a second. That is on my list of okay to look at stocks, but you can see here that on AMC we have 133.6 million shares. Now you got to remember this information is delayed reporting, so it is lagging by I don't know, probably about 90 up to 90 days tops. I think it could be lagging up to 90 days. It doesn't have to be. It could be some trades are actually put through faster, or I should say filings are put through faster than others. But I think it might be lagging by only like 60 days. No, I'm gonna go with 90. 90. It might actually be even more than 90 because I think they have a month and a half or 60 days after the 90, so it might actually even be more than that. It might be like 100 and some odd days. Anyways, that's not don't care. I don't care about that part. That's not the important part. The important part here is understanding who you're invested with. If you have a stock out there that is, I'm going to give you a couple different scenarios. If you have a stock out there that has institutional ownership that's like less than 30%, and AMC right now is at 25.74, you're not going to have institutional long buying that's going to help push price very well, right? You don't have people who actually push price are not on your side. They're not there. They're not fighting. They're not protecting price. They're not protecting their held value. So be careful about that, right? Anytime you're thinking about investing in something like that, acknowledge that and say, okay, they may not be fighting for the price on this. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, that's when you would want to start seeing how many short positions there might be out there. If there's a lot of shorting going on the stock and there's no long institutional pressure to hold price or protect price and move price upwards, then you might have a problem on your hands. You might have a big problem on your hands. If there's not a whole lot of shorting going on in the stock, then that might actually be a great value that you're looking for, where you don't need institutional help. Retail's doing enough work on its own to drive price because nobody's shorting against it. So nobody's going to be trying to stop price from going through. So you might have found a good find. But what does too high mean? Well, let me show you what too high means. Cinemark, institutional ownership. 109.23% of the outstanding shares is owned. What happens when institutions own a bunch of positions? And you've heard me talk before about distribution and accumulation by institutions, right? They're always going to try and turn you into the bag holder so that they can make money. If they own a lot of the positions that are out there, they're probably going to be one of the first ones to get out before anybody else. And when they own that much, somebody's going to end up being bag holders out there, right? Somebody's always going to end up being bag holders in any kind of a run on any kind of position. But when you have this much institutional buying into a stock, and you have heavy shorting, I guess in a case where you have heavy shorting, you probably have a lot of protection, but somebody's going to cause you to probably maybe end up holding some bags on it. It's really basically going to be retail fighting retail to get out of it fastest, while institutions pulled out long before anybody else did. Right? That's what it's going to end up meaning. So yeah, be careful, right? Know who's invested in the stocks that you're buying into. The site's completely free, fintel.io, and you can look up your stocks on here. You can find out what the institutional buyers are at. But yeah, do yourself a favor and save yourself a headache when you're investing in this market, and knowing who it is that you're going to have to deal with, right? Because you don't want to make decisions where you're held in positions that may not benefit you in the long run, or knowing what you may end up having to do in regards to your reaction time for exiting your position, right? You may still decide, well, okay, I see that institutions thinks this is a good buy, over 100% ownership. It's probably a good buy. So you buy into it, right? Well, that just means you're going to have to react faster when it's time to get out, right? Because you don't want to be the last guy. You don't want to be the last guy getting out. You don't have to be the first guy, but you don't want to be the last guy. Anyways, just wanted to share that with you guys because I've been seeing some. What's the words I want to use here? I got to use my words real carefully. I've been seeing people pushing stocks within the community, and so I'm just trying to help empower the community, give you good information that you can help to make yourself as successful as possible. So with 180 million, 12% held by Antera, 140 million, 10% at AMC Institutionals. The one thing that you got to remember about those institutionals, myself, is that they've got 100% utilization, which means they're loaning out all their positions, which means they have no vote. But in regards to, you're saying at AMC Institutional, that leaves 78% for 78% for retail. Well, Antera would be considered an institution, and that's for AMC, and they're holding Ape, not AMC. This is the part that's you're gonna love here. myself. Watch this. Watch this. I'm sorry, Blarkey. Hold on a second. I gotta show myself this. I gotta show myself this. Let me show you. Let me show you something. Ape. Come on. Remember to look up US. If you don't get US in there, if you click on the wrong one of these and you click on AU or PL, you're not going to get the right market. So you look for US Ape, right? Institutional ownership. 1.7 million shares owned by institutions. Myself. That's it. Why? Did they sell off their positions? Nope. Because they didn't get a dividend. Why didn't they get a dividend? Because they loaned out all their shares. Who's holding their shares? We are. We're holding their shares. We got the dividends. They got a fraction. They got a fraction of the total. You want to know why somebody's pissed off out there? You want to know why somebody like Allegheny, Allegheny, I don't know how to say it. I'll never be able to. You want to know why they're so pissed off? Because they didn't get their dividend. They didn't get their damn dividend because of the fact that they had their shares loaned out. Tough luck, Allegheny. Go suck it. That's what happens when you loan out your shares. So, yeah. Ryan says if institutions loan out, they have no vote. So if brokers loan out our shares, we shouldn't have a vote. That would be if you're loaning out your shares, you probably would not have a vote. What has AA done for shareholders besides giving us a GD tub of popcorn? I'm not suggesting you hold any thoughts on him one way or the other. Respect. You would like your thoughts. Dennis, in regards to some of the different things that Adam Aaron has done to this, first off, I mean the dude listens to what it is that we're saying. It floored me one day to hear him say in a shareholder meeting, my idea, like verbatim said my idea in a shareholder meeting. He's taken some of the ideas that we've thrown at him and he's implemented some of those ideas and he's listening to his shareholders. People were complaining about wanting a dividend. He got a dividend to us long before we were supposed to get one. He gave us a share count by giving us our own ape ticker that we were supposed to hold on to, and gave us the share count that we wanted, and people squandered it. The dude listens, man, and he's trying to save this company as best as he possibly can. He's got the credit card still to come out yet, which was an idea by shareholders. The popcorn was an idea by shareholders. He's been doing a lot of stuff, man. He's been working really, really hard. He's been cutting theaters that are not performing well and buying or acquiring movie theaters that are better performers because there's other movie companies out there that are going bankrupt and trying to offload some of their different theaters, and he's picking up the ones that are good. He's replaced the movie theater. I thought this was a bad idea. I thought this was a real bad idea. He replaced the movie theater projectors with some of the laser ones, and what does that do? It cuts down on their energy costs. And at the time, I wasn't looking into the future and saying, "Oh, is cutting costs on energy going to be a value added thing for the company?" And I was like, "Nah, I don't know. It doesn't really seem like it's worth it to me. I mean, if the projectors are working, keep using them. Wait until they're starting to break down if you're struggling." But then our economy started going to crap, and now look at energy prices. But he made the forward-looking thought on looking at what the future held in energy costs and decided to switch over to those laser projectors, and now he's got savings on energy. Let's see, what else has he done? I mean, just sit down and take a look, man. Just go through his tweets and read through his tweets. He's done so much. There's more. He was forward looking and buying into the high drift mining, which doesn't look like a good investment now. But if this market starts going over, every single time this market starts crashing in value, HYMC starts skyrocketing. When we really finally get a real market correction or move or crash or depression or whatever you want to call it, recession, you're going to see HYMC just absolutely just blowing the hell up. And so he was forward looking and saying, like, can I potentially invest a very small amount of money? So many people were so upset about how much money he put into it. He put more money into what's her face than he put into Highcroft, I think, or maybe it was about the same amount. And it was a forward looking. But Donkey Kong says HYMC is a gray hedge. It was a hedge. It was an absolute hedge against a market failure. I really wasn't necessarily against that, but I was more against the laser projectors than I was HYMC, to be honest. But I think HYMC was a great forward hedge, absolutely great for what he put into it, dude. It was for this company. It was pennies, man. How's it going? Okay, okay, sounds good. I love you. Have fun. Only if you're getting something. No, I'm good. Thank you. Sorry. So yeah, he's been doing tons of stuff, man. But I'll say this, Dennis, and I just went like this on this like whole long like rant on what Adam Aaron's doing. I don't like I don't like CEOs. I don't like CEOs anywhere. Um, I don't trust a CEO. I hate HR. I know it's such a strong word to say. I hate HR with a passion, man. I cannot stand HR. I used to think I used to be this naive kid when I was in my very young 20s, 21, 22 years old, thinking that HR was there to protect the employees. Yeah, you learn real quick when HR lies straight to your face about stuff, and you're just like, "Oh man, you guys suck. You're not here to protect me." And I found out later on in life too, maybe a little bit later, not quite the same, not quite as early as 21 or 22, but I found out later down the road in my early 30s that CEOs, I don't always put all my faith and trust in CEOs, and so I'm kind of I'm kind of I guess I'm anti what is it is it C-suite kind of a person, but I don't see Adam Aaron trying to destroy this company. So in regards to like asking me like, do I think that Adam Aaron's sitting here trying to destroy this company? Nope, I don't think so. Do I think that he's trying to maintain or hold the investors that he has here in order to allow him to be able to continue to run the company? I do. I absolutely believe that he's trying to maintain the shareholders that he's having here without losing them, which is part of the reason why I think he's always said that he's for long, slow, healthy growth. He said that like 3 or 4 times in the interview with Trey in the first interview. And that's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see quick, fast, healthy growth. I wanted to see what I wanted to see. And so yeah, I think how he sees this playing out is different than how a lot of us want to see it. And so if you want to sit there and say Adam Aaron doesn't see this as a squeeze potential, and I don't think any CEO I don't think any CEO sees squeeze potential as a good thing for any company. And while you may think that that's not the case and that there is CEOs that want to see squeezes, I would suggest to you those are the ones who probably want to cash in and get the F out because they know the company's not worth it, and knows that the company's probably uh, uh, belly up as soon as a squeeze happens. Right? There's going to be some kind of buyout, and the only reason that they want to see happen is going to pad their pocketbook with like crap tons of money. And so yeah, I think Adam Aaron wants to save this company, and I think he's fighting for it. Yes. Did I say stiff? Brian. I think I said long, slow, healthy growth. You're all stiff. Oh man. Oh man. Bocephus, I'm probably saying the name wrong, says legalization could lead to cannabis popcorn. AMC would benefit. If only. I'm not kidding, man. I would probably. I didn't think I'd ever see this in my lifetime, man. I didn't think I'd ever see weed legalized in my lifetime, and that doesn't mean I'm going to go out and start smoking weed every day if Texas makes it legal. That's not the kind of person I am. But I'll tell you what, Bocephus, I would not pass up if I found out that AMC made an AMC THC popcorn. I might have to go try that out, man. I might have to go try it out because that would be something else. But I don't think that'll ever happen. Too many possibilities for it getting into the hands of kids, so I doubt we'll see that. Jason says, look at my message above. Hold on a second. Let me scroll up. Jason. I'm looking. I sent an idea to Adam Aaron in which I said that AMC should pair up with Disney Plus to bring The Mandalorian to theaters or other shows. You could watch a full season one day, binge watching shows. It's a good idea, man. If people are willing to go see, I know they have. I know some places. I think even AMC has done that before, where we are highly excited with that idea. Hey, AMC customer support says we're Bocephus. We're highly excited with that idea. Oh man, I can't even remember what I was talking about, Jason. No, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, no, that's a good idea. I know AMC is. I'm still thinking about it. AMC has done that before, I think, with series. I think maybe once. Carl says, I never would have thought the government's failed drug war would drag on this long and ruin so many lives. Yep, it is very easy to infuse THC into butter. Can you imagine if it was just like they have when you go to your movie theater, they have like the self-dispensed butter now. Can you imagine if they just had one where you could just self-dispense like THC weed butter onto your popcorn? Oh my gosh. Movie theaters would blow the hell up. It would be like they could just charge you $20. People would just stand there forever, like pouring butter, like countless amounts of butter onto their popcorn. they, they wouldn't even be able to put the little cups next to it anymore, so you could take some home with you. It would be $20. They would definitely have to dispense it onto the popcorn for you. But can you imagine if it was just like you paid $20-$30 and you could just like just pour as much as you want on there. You're standing there for like 5 minutes, just keep on pouring. I think we've had that idea brought up before with the whole, playground or a place for kids to play, kind of thing. And I think when you look at the cost benefits from something like that, I don't know that it's necessarily all that because they have to hire somebody to watch the kids and they got to get insurance. There's a lot of different things that are involved with the whole child care, and especially with COVID that just hit and other things that are looming about. I don't think that anybody wants to do child care services, which sucks, man, right? Because I'm a family man. I know what it means to be able to have easy access to a babysitter or somebody who can watch your kid, especially just to go see a movie. But I don't think that it's really in this day and age, considering all things considered, that it's very possible. Popcorn. Oh my gosh, dude. And if you could, they need to TM that popcorn. They would make so much money. I've never heard it referenced as popcorn before, but that you've got $1 million idea right there, myself. That is literally, oh my gosh. You could sell shirts with the popcorn on there. Wow. That's a moneymaker right there, myself. Easy access to a babysitter, like right there at the movie theaters when I stop it. Look, you had me at popcorn. Stop right there. Just stop. You're going too far. Thoughts on bringing back the movie arcades instead? Uh, I don't know, man. Nobody ever seemed to go into those, and nowadays most of the games cost so much money that I feel like it's kind of dying a little bit. Everybody carries around phones that have plenty of video games on them anymore. That I don't even think it's. I don't know. When's the last? We don't even go to Dave and Buster's hardly that much anymore. Our kids, ever since COVID, our kids used to go to we used to go to Dave and Buster's like all the time. Since COVID, eh, we haven't really gone hardly. Can we spam Adam Aaron for popcorn? There's no way they could do it. Not yet. It's not deregulated enough yet. Uh, there's I just don't see them ever being able to get away with that. The licensing that they would have to go through, and do we even have? I mean, I know we have dispensaries in some states, but do we even have places yet where you can just go and openly consume? I don't think that's really the case yet. So I think we still got a ways to go. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't live in a state where it's legal yet, so I don't know. I'm not sure what you all have in your states yet. But as an amazing idea, though, maybe for the future down the road, I'd go. I would definitely go. Casey, I'm late. Ape making a move, possibly. Where are we at? Let's see. It's 10:09. I'm late too. I'm late. I'm late by 9 minutes. We're at $4.33 on AMC, up 2.97%. Ape is down 4.58% at $1.35.5. Not really. I mean, it made a move all right. It made a move towards SSR and tried to trip it this morning. My numbers say that it didn't hit because I got 1278 and they hit 128. So based off of my numbers, they didn't hit, but we'll have to check it and see in the aftermarket hours if it tripped that SSR on that. But right off the bat this morning, they tried to drop it down and trigger it. Glenn says in Colorado they can. I didn't know that. Nice. Carl says homemade popcorn has been around for decades. Well, you can tell, Carl, I don't get around in those circles because I didn't know about it. So yeah, nobody invited me to any of those parties. Who am I kidding? Nobody really ever invited me to any of them. nobody, nobody ever invited me to parties anyways. So let's take a look at these numbers here. I'm that numbers guy. Nobody wants to invite the numbers guy to the party. That's just boring. You know what the worst thing is? This is the worst thing, guys. Working in the semiconductor industry, like trying to explain to people, like when you go to an event, like and it's like I always find that's like that's like the thing to do, like when you meet somebody, that's like, oh, what do you do for a living? And then everybody's all like, oh, I do this, this, and this, and it's like, you don't get to say cool things like pilot. I'm a pilot, right? And so you say, "Oh, I work in the semiconductor industry. We make computer chips," and they go like, "Oh, really? What's involved with that?" And then, literally, like the next words out of your mouth always cause you can instantly see everybody's eyes start to gloss over. And the funny part is that uh, anybody who works in the semiconductor industry who's listening right now knows exactly what I'm talking about because it doesn't matter who explains it or how cool you try to explain it, everybody's eyes gloss over because they can't relate to what it is that you deal with or what it is you could tell them you work on a spaceship with robots, space robots, and like literally like they don't like they just don't get it. They can't understand what it is that you're talking about, and so their eyes gloss over. It's so boring to people to hear what it is, and nobody really cares about how computer chips get made. They really don't. No, nobody gives two craps about it. So it makes you like the worst person at a party to talk to. And I've had guys that I've worked with in the past that say that whenever that gets brought up in a conversation, they just say that they're a janitor because it's more funny to watch the people go like oh like they try to be like real nice about the fact that you're a janitor. You're like, oh yeah, yeah. So what do you do as a janitor? It's like it's really way more fun to just see people say that you're a janitor and see how they react to that. Try it sometime. You guys might get a kick out of it, even if you do have a cool job out there. You might actually have more fun screwing with somebody and just telling them that you're a janitor, because they people don't know how to respond to it. Honestly, they don't get. It. I clean toilets. What? Oh, that must be fun. Glenn says, "Say you're a porn star." I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't know. They would probably take one look at me and be like, ah, yeah, that must be some interesting snuff porn. That must be a niche field you're in. Oh man. All right. Ariel says, I am a retired janitor. That must be a great, exciting job. Where was that? All right, let me go ahead and take you guys through the numbers here, guys. Yeah, sorry about that, Manipokia. I'm late. I'll start it right now. Taking you guys over to the other page, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I'm a janitor. Say it with enthusiasm when you say it. Make sure you really like lay it in there, like I'm a janitor. Like make it seem like it's the coolest thing ever, and then they're like, oh, off exchange. You guys are gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Try it. Off exchange by this time in the morning, I would expect really close to about 49% for off exchange. EDGX would be about 11 to 12%. And off exchange right now for AMC off exchanges, I always forget to put on the S on there. Off exchanges are reporting about 58.32%. EDGX is 12.31. Combined total 70.63%, when we should be seeing right around 60. So we're about 10.63% higher than we should be. CHX volume is 0.09% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.09, so pretty low on that so far. No reported volume. We'll probably see it like in the later portion of the day if I had to guess, if there is going to be any. On Ape, we're currently at 59.52% going through off exchanges, and EDGX is at 5.2. Combined total 64.72% or 4.72% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 0.02 with a 30-day percentage average being at 0.06%. And on GME's, CHX volume is 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.29. So those are both low. Taking a look at what's next, Ortex. Blarkey, by the way, I'm glad that IC is blowing you away. I saw that message in there. Borrowed change for AMC. There's a total of 4.3 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. That's going to have the effect of raising that estimated short share interest of the free float to 24.38%. Cost to borrow mins at 195.07, average is 312.85, and max is 358.44. Shares on loan increased day over day by 3.64 million shares. Ortex is estimating about 1.24 million of that was a new short interest day over day, and that puts us at a total of 193.24 million shares on loan. Highest amount we've ever seen on loan at any given point was on 3/1 when we had 198.45 million shares. Getting back up there, especially with 4 more million being borrowed right now, that we might actually break the all-time record today. It's possible. On Ape, an hour ago there was pretty much zero shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 179,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 6.54%. Cost to borrow min today is a little bit down from what it was yesterday. It's 6.2, average is 7.92, and max is 10.18. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 3.47 million shares to 28.82 million shares on loan currently. Options. Highest amount of call options is at an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike. That is still the case. It went from 4.5 thousand contracts to 8,000 contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. An hour ago it was 4.5 thousand contracts. It's now 12,000 contracts. Market gearing for a close on AMC somewhere between $4 and $4.50. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at 566. We did have that one little push down below 554 test, and then a drive back up to pretty much about where we, a little bit higher than where we closed combined from yesterday. And still just kind of consolidating. Again, the reason I got this circle kind of drawn out around this area right here is I was suggesting that we were kind of seeing a very similar move to what we saw back in the past here. And you can see that when it consolidated at the bottom, it did have some of these little dips and spikes back up. And then there was a big spike, and then a big spike down, and then finally, eventually, it started taking off. And I think this is kind of where we're at right now on a very similar move. That was my fractal pattern for you. How Casey does fractals. Circle. Circle. Yeah, something like this. I'm sorry. This is you get what you pay for, guys. You get what you pay for. It's free. I'm just a janitor here. Just a janitor. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity, AMC, Ape, and GME. I'm so glad I make myself laugh. Because if I didn't laugh, it would just be so boring. GME's buy sell ratio is 87.41% up on the buys and 12.59% on the sell orders. So looking really strong there on GME's buy sell ratio. What's he laughing at? I don't know. He just laughs all the time. SSR trigger price $3.79 for AMC did not trigger today. Ape is really close. It went to 128. The trigger point was 1.278. And but SSR was tripped yesterday and is on for the day today for both AMC and Ape. Shares available to borrow right now is at 300,000. That's about what it was. See, looks like they did borrow some more. Borrowed another 50,000, returned them, borrowed them again, so it's another 100,000, and then returned them again. So we're at another 100,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. So we're about 1.1 million shares borrowed. That's puts us, and fees are going back up again here. We were at 111 earlier, 111%. We're at now 127.2%. My kids are so proud of me. My dad's, oh man. Nasdaq is up 1.24%, Dow Jones is up 0.28, and the S&P 500 is up 0.8, where the market is doing way better than it was earlier this morning, and is currently advancing 3,490 advancers to 2,739 decliners. Massive, massive swing the other direction. Remember, some of these high volatile swings like this are really difficult for the market sometimes to deal with, and it's going to kill retail investors even more, but eventually the market itself, institutional market investors will have a hard time with these swings as well. Ethereum Classic is up right now 0.62. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently down 0.24. WTI or oil is down 1.72. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.09 to 0.18, and the SPY is now up 0.79. We've got the VIX down 7.27. Let me just click on it. Still just kind of consolidating right now, but you can see the volatility on some of these candles here. Really, really, really volatile. VBR is up 0.37. VB is up 0.58. Tesla is up 1.38. Amazon is up 3.71. Cinemark's down 0.52. Doge is up 1.07. Bitcoin is up 1.95 at 24.8 K a coin. GME is up 2.07. HYMC is up 3.52 or 3.28. I said down 3.28. Hood is down 0.33. CS is up 2.08. Ape is down 6.69, and AMC is up 1.9. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have $2.6 million, almost $2.7 million more inflow than outflow, with 9.92 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on after 100. See, that would be 113 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 34.23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares, so I think we're on pace for that, provided there's not some kind of massive volume spike at the end of the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 26.76, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, with divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. An RSI at 43, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, with a divergence of the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI at 52.66, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 63.06, which is above average. And on Ape, there's approximately $750,000 more outflow than inflow, with 11.28 million shares traded so far for the day today. That's going to turn into a pace of 38.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market 20 to 40 million shares. There's a good chance. There's now starting to become a little bit of a better chance that I'm not going to make my prediction, and it might be a little bit on the low side, or underneath my volume prediction of 20 to 40. But we'll see. I don't know. I think it's going to be close. It's going to be really close to the bottom side. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 29, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 34.49, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 35.02, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure, with a divergence of the vortex indicator occurring right now. And with that more selling pressure, and an RSI at 46.99, which is slightly below average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Do you guys, do you want me to zoom out a little bit on AMC so you can kind of see more of the price movement that we've been having? Or do you guys like the fact that I'm zoomed in a little bit closer on it? Just kind of curious what you guys are thinking. Would you rather see it like it is currently zoomed out like this a little bit? Or would you rather me zoom in on this kind of more like this, like that right there? Blake says, got a buddy who became a janitor recently, and I love to bust his balls about it. He tells me about his job all the time. Makes for fun, interesting conversations. I was a janitor at one time, right out of high school. I did some janitorial work for a little bit. I told him I wouldn't do bathrooms. I said I'm not doing bathrooms, and they're like, "Don't worry, we got a special guy for that." I was like, "Oh, really? That's messed up." It's true. It's all true. I'm not even kidding. This is all real. They definitely uh, had somebody that only did bathrooms, and that was it. I did setups, breakdowns, cleaning windows, vacuuming, changing light bulbs, like little handyman stuff here and there. That was about it. Wasn't too hard. Wasn't for very long. Just trying to put myself through community college while I was doing it. Did you wash any balls? No washing of balls, man. Only my own. Jason says if you don't clean the shitters, then you're not a real janitor. Yeah, you're probably right. I was more of a handyman more than anything. Well, actually, it's not true. I mean, vacuuming and washing windows, not really handy. So, I don't know. It was kind of like it was everything. It was everything else, I guess. Just your voice is great for me in the shop today. If you could give me some pointers on wiring, that would be great also. Nah, you're not going to get any pointers for wiring from me. I worked in a sorority house kitchen once. Whoa, that sounds interesting. Olin says so. So basically you were a lazy kid. No, I had four jobs. That was just one of them. I had three other jobs I was working. I was working part time at four different jobs. I was doing construction work. I was doing the janitor job. I was working part time delivering pizzas. And what was the fourth job? Hmm. This is straight out of high school, and I can't remember what it was. What was the fourth job? I don't remember what the fourth one was. Huh. I don't know why I can't remember that far back. I normally can remember that stuff pretty well. Maybe it was only three jobs. I don't know. I've always said four. I'm sure there was a fourth one in there, but I don't remember what it was. No, it wasn't paper route. No, I was delivering for Little Caesars. Little Caesars. Oh, oh no, wait, yeah, was I working for them? I can't remember. I'm trying to remember what the fourth job was. I was working for Subway first. And then I started working for Little Caesars because Subway didn't really want to do like I mean everything's kind of part-time there, but it was easier to do like delivery because delivery they'll let those guys work like 2 or 3 hours at a time. No big deal. Like it's just you're like an in and out kind of you're just moving pies. So it was real easy to get like a flexible schedule. So maybe I'm thinking of the Subway as being the fourth job, but I don't remember working those in unison. So I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm getting confused on the fourth job. I can't remember what the fourth one was. Janice says, "What does today's title mean?" That lawsuit, basically for every price point that we move down in value, I'm estimating to be about $6 on the upside of our reverse split and conversion. Laying pipe. No, no, it was definitely not laying pipe. The construction job that I was doing, though, I was working for a freelance. Uh, Shoot, what do they call those guys? I can't think of what they call them now. Anyways, but he did odds and end jobs all over the place, and so if we were doing a yard, then we would have been doing some piping there. So we only did that one time. Contractor. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. Contractor. Yes, thank you, Apex. He was a freelance contractor that I was working for. Thank you. No, I couldn't think of the name of it. Tony says you don't want to remember the fourth job. Myself says, "Oh, I was pimping." That's right, I was pimping. No, I wasn't pimping. What was I doing? It's really gonna bother me now because I really can't remember. Well, not currently. Right now, it's still down for the day to day. It's down 5.99% right now. So, uh, Natnail, do you think Credit Swiss is feeling heat from apes? Maybe some. Tyler says, "Tell the truth, you were a gigolo." No, I wasn't. No, no, that wasn't what it was. I thought I almost for a second there I thought I remember what it was, but it's not it. That came after. It was that was a dead end. What was I doing? You know what? Let's just say that I was a part-time student at a community college. So maybe that's what the fourth job was. Just being a student. It's not really a job. I mean, it's work because I really can't remember what it was. And I feel like if I can't remember what it is, then it probably didn't happen. So I'm not going to make anything up. But I was going to school part-time at the time, so I had part-time school, janitor job, the pizza delivery job, and the contractor job that I was working. It was rough, man. It was um, it was tough doing all four of those things at once. I remember like it felt like my life consisted of getting up at like insane hours of the morning, going into because the janitor job was always the first thing in the morning, so I go do the janitor job, right? That was the morning job, and then after I'd get done with that, I go to the contracting job. because sometimes those guys don't start till 10. so so you're doing the 10 o'clock contractor work from 10 till like 3 or something, and then you're going to deliver pizzas after 3 o'clock till I don't know, 3 until close maybe, depending on how good deliveries are. And then you get out of fit school in there somewhere, right? And so oftentimes I would try and get night classes at the community college because as a delivery driver, they wouldn't always schedule you for every night of the week, and so you. But yeah, I wouldn't say I was lazy. I worked really, really hard. I wanted to do something with life, wanted to move forward and make something for myself. Yucca says, Casey, I worked at 30s, Baskin Robin and Togo's, Circuit City, Bloomingdale's, Living Spaces Furniture, and now I have my own small business. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. No, we're talking about him because how did we get on this topic? I forgot how we got on this topic. Somebody said something and then just we kind of went here. I don't remember how we got here. Am I speaking to the owner of the house or the person in charge of decisions? I did some door-to-door sales, pyre porn, for a very brief period of time. My mom can attest to this. She found an article. She was going through the newspaper. I was working the 3 jobs and going to school, and I told my parents, I said, "Man, if only I could just go to school and just focus on my studies, I would love that." And I told them about that, and they were like, "Well, maybe we can find you a job that's only 1 job, and you can still go to school, and you won't have to work so hard." And so they were trying to help me out, and she was looking through the newspaper, and she found this article for a job uh, that they were looking for new hires, and you had to go apply. Worst thing, I ended up. I thought, young and stupid, Casey, not understanding life. I thought this was the job to have. They made it seem everybody dressed up in business suits. Uh, I thought it was going someplace, and it was a very deceiving front that they had there, and it was really just door-to-door sales. You literally walked around in a business suit doing door-to-door sales, and it was a pyramid scheme. It was probably one of the worst pyramid schemes you can possibly imagine. Some of these people were all, and you don't know any of this stuff until you get into it, and then once you realize what it is you got into, it's too late. And they really, these people were uh, some of the people in the group were actually living together in a house. And I'm trying to think of an interesting way to explain this, but they literally it was like it was almost like a carny. It was like a carnival. These guys would move around all over the place. They would just kind of grift all over the place around, and they would go and do their door-to-door selling, and then they would all jump into a home, buy a home together. Everybody would live there, crash there, party there. That's what their life consisted of doing was door-to-door sales, partying with the door-to-door sales money that they had, and living in the same house together, and then splitting whatever money they made on the house when they sold it afterwards. It was crap, worst job you could ever possibly get into whatsoever. And I quit all my other 3 jobs to do this job because I thought for sure I could sell something. And I found out real quick I'm not a salesman. I can sell something that I love, but I can't sell something that I don't believe in. And it's just not. I don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about selling something that I don't believe in. And I found out real fast. It was real easy to sell some of the products that they had, but the ones that were things that I didn't even believe in, I couldn't sell it. I just couldn't. There's no way I could lie to people and tell them that they needed it. It's not the kind of person. No, it wasn't. It was literally it was just coupons. That's all. Coupons. That's what they were selling. They were selling coupons for businesses. and that was it. That's all it was. And I couldn't hack it. Yeah, because I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, man. I'm not into selling coupons. That's not what I see myself doing in life. And I didn't want to be a partier sitting in a house, traveling like a carny all over the place. Let me tell you guys, these guys were like carnies. I mean, they did tricks. They did all kinds of tricks at their party houses, and it was a moving carny, and they would just go around grifting with their coupons all over the place. And so whenever you get somebody who's dressed up, I can tell you guys right now, whenever you get somebody who's dressed up, they walk up to your door, they knock on it, and they're trying to sell you something. I'll tell you a little trick here. I'm gonna save you guys so much time, so much time. When they try to hand you something, don't take it. Just look at it, but don't take it out of their hands. Once they put it into your hands, you're almost a sale for sure. Don't take it from their hands. Look at it. They'll drop it. They'll go as far as to drop it on the ground and hope that you pick it up. Let it drop on the ground. Let it and just sit there and stare at it. Just let them. And really, on all honesty, as soon as they start talking, uh, Ichimoto, Food Dog, it's the Ichimoto. As soon as they start talking to you and they try to sell you something, just say, I'm not interested. Thank you very much, and shut the door. That's it. I know it's rude, but trust me, you're saving them time and you're saving you time. Those guys make money based off of who's actually going to buy. And if you don't want to buy, just say, thank you very much for your time, but I'm not interested, and close the door. They will be so much happier. I know it feels rude to you, but they will be so much happier to walk away and go to your neighbor and sell your neighbor something instead of wasting their time on you having to do their whole spiel and you say, sorry, I'm not interested. Don't waste their time. Be rude and let them go on their way. They'll be okay with it. They'll move on, trust me. Yucca, absolutely 100%. Don't be rude. Just say, I'm sorry, I'm not very interested, and then shut the door. That's it. Dr. Sino says, so, and for any of you guys out there who thinks putting up no soliciting signs on your house means jack shit to these people, I'm telling you right now, you put a no soliciting sign on your house, and you are a massive target. I sold more stuff to people who had no soliciting signs on their doors than people who didn't. It's almost like a sure sell if they have no soliciting. Why? 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 I'll tell you why. Because they're suckers. The only reason you're putting up a no soliciting sign on your house is because you fall for it every damn time and you hate falling for it. And so you put up a sign that says, I'm a sucker. That's what your sign says. It doesn't say no soliciting. It says, I'm a sucker. So do not put up those signs that say no soliciting. Don't do that. It's a big time red flag that they're gonna sell you on something. Don't do that. And then actually, I had one time I had a guy pump a shotgun in my face. Pump a shotgun in my face. I made the sale. The more threatening a person is, the more likely it is that they're probably going to get sold on something because they don't know how to deal with people. And if you can break that, if you can break that level of shielding that they have there, that gun in your face, if you can break that and show them that you're not afraid and say like, look, I'm just here to talk to you, I'm just a friend, then they're gonna break, and you get the sale. And it's easy when you're selling them something that they would want anyways. You know, you got like, oh, for $20 you can get this coupon book here. Do you buy pizza? Oh, you do buy pizza. For $30 or for $20 you can have this coupon book. You buy 2 pizzas and you get 10 free. It's like they're like, yay, and then you're like, yay, and everybody's happy and no, there's no gun in your face anymore, right? That's not the life for me though, guys. I don't want to do that. That's not who I am as a person. I don't like selling people on things. That's not who I am, and it was the worst job I've ever done in my whole life. Plague says, Casey, I answer the door naked. I'm like, come on in. You actually can go to jail for that. Frank Lehman says Ring doorbell has changed my life. That is absolutely right. I mean, because you know who it is, and you just don't answer. Do note this though, Frank. The way that thing is they'll ring your doorbell earlier in the day. When they ring the doorbell earlier in the day, if you're not there, then they sign you up for a revisit. So if you don't want to hear them come back a second time, like if you know you're going to be busy later, there's a chance you might be out working in your yard or something, you don't want to have to deal with them. Just deal with them on the first try, right? That way you don't get them coming back around the second time. I think I did that job for. Oh, hold on a second. My wife's texting me. I think I did that job for maybe like all of a month or two, tops. It was burning me out. It probably depends on where you're from, Brian, but even though you're answering from within your own home, it's still considered indecent exposure, and you can get in trouble for it. I wouldn't risk it. It's not worth it because if you get convicted for an indecent exposure, like if they have proof and they can show the cop that you were indecently exposed to them, even though you were in your own home, then that can turn into a sex offender card. And I don't care who you are. But if I was an employer and I saw a sex offender card for an employee, they don't think indecent exposure. That's not what they think about you. I'm pretty sure they start thinking what I think is pedophile. so, so you don't want that. Don't get lumped into that group of people because that's typically what happens. And then you have to start telling all your neighbors and all that kind of stuff, and you'll see yourself on an app somewhere that all your neighbors get to know that you're a sex offender, and that's not a good thing. And I'll know who you are because I can look you up. Richard says, "What if you were wearing Saran wrap underwear?" I don't think that's gonna help you out any. I don't know, man. I don't I don't know. That's a good question. Probably depends on the laws where you live. Ooh, plague's throwing out threats. Uh-oh. I used to have that app pulled up on my phone. I don't remember what it's called, but it was the whenever I go to buy a house, I usually pull stuff up like that. Those apps, the sex offender apps, so that you can see, what it's like. Because what you just said right there, myself, about unless if all your neighbors are sex offenders, I guess when you pull up one of those apps and you look at it, it's kind of funny. They actually all do live in kind of like grouped up areas. It's really weird. I'm not sure what causes that to be the case. If I had to guess, it probably has something to do with like maybe that particular area is like just the right amount of distance away from something. but you will see that as usually the case. Like a lot of those offenders are all like grouped up in the same areas, and so and I usually try I usually try try to buy away from those kind of spots when I'm looking into a home. I got kids. I got to worry about them. I don't know that it matters, Jason. Yep, red dots on maps. That's exactly right. Ooh, Tendies Plus Plus says deposits in U.S. banks will be guaranteed only if systematic risk determination is issued. Very, very interesting. Yeah, essentially, we decide who gets your money. Yep, pretty much. Casey, are you Ron Jeremy? No. 313 born and raised. Is that an area code? What about the 250,000 FDIC? That should be safe no matter what. But what Tendies Plus Plus is talking about was they were talking about extending the amount beyond the 250,000, and so that's what that's in reference to. So you'd be safe up to the 250, but anything beyond the 250 is going to be on their discretion. Yep. Pirateborn says, translation: Yellen will pick winners and losers based on political donation history. Oh, it's Detroit. Okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing at that. I'm sorry, Jathan. I probably shouldn't be laughing at that, but that's kind of funny. Had a coworker that was labeled a sex offender by peeing on his ex. Took him 2 years to land a decent job. You know that box where you have to check like if you have any felonies or whatever? I don't. It's probably not considered a felony, but or misdemeanors or whatever. Who knows what it is, right? But whatever it is that they have to check on there, that I could just see him in the interview, like, "What did you? I see you've had a misdemeanor. What happened? Can you tell me what happened? I peed on my ex." Wait, I gotta tell you guys a story. I gotta tell you this quick story. We got about 6 minutes left here. I'm in one of the last semiconductor jobs, not the last one, but one of the previous ones before, more recently. There was an employee who was hired, and on his resume, he had, shoot, I forgot what the name of it is. Hold on one second. I gotta look up the name of it again because I just forgot what it was. Hold on one second. What is it called? Oh, here we go. So, on his resume, it said that he worked for Fleshlight. On his resume, that was who he was currently working for. Now, I'd never heard of Fleshlight, but I wasn't doing the interview. One of the other bosses was doing. Two other of the other bosses were doing the interview, and one of them knew what Fleshlight was, and the other one didn't. And the one who knew about it didn't want to ask any questions because he knew what it was. But the other guy didn't and started asking questions about like, oh, really? What's I see you worked for Fleshlight. What's that all about? Can you tell me about the job? It probably had to be like That had to be the other boss who was there that knew what it was said it was the best interview he's ever sat in his entire life. He said it was just like it was priceless, and I can only imagine like that's got to be pretty fun. Oh man. Uh, some of you out here right now are looking up fleshlight. I'll just save you the work. Think guy sex toys. I'll just save you the time. Think guy sex toys, and and leave it at that. No, no, he wasn't a tester. He was actually he worked on. Hold on a second here. Let me spit this out. Let me spit it out. he worked on he worked on fixing the equipment, and it's not like you think. It's not that kind of. He literally he literally fixed the equipment. He was applying for an equipment job, and he was uh, applying for the equipment engineering department. Oh man, the used equipment. No, yeah, the returns, right? Mm, I want to work in product design. Uh, so I got to train the guy that got hired from Fleshlight. He was actually my trainee, and we had some very interesting, colorful discussions about his prior work. Um, I'm not going to go into detail, but but it was uh, very interesting to find out the whole process. I know, right, Jack? Yucca Frida, see my post on Discord under general. No, I didn't get one for free. $5 on refurbished products. Oh man. He was definitely probably one of the more interesting people to ever have to train. There was no shortage of stories to be told. How's that? That's the best I can do. All right, guys, we got about 2 minutes left here before. No, he was not a fluffer. It shouldn't, Belarkey. It should usually move upwards through red clouds. I don't know, Plague. He made it sound like it was pretty easy. Joseph Baxter, if you're ever looking at, so around here we call it the Ichimoto cloud. It's actually Ichimoku. I'm probably destroying it because I can't say names worth crap, but Ichimoku cloud is what it's called. I probably should get Google to pronounce it for me. Hold on a second. Let me get old Google to pronounce it for me here. Here we go.
Ichimoku cloud.
Wait, hold on a second. I gotta turn that up.
Ichimoku cloud.
Ichimoku cloud. I am really bad at pronunciation, but that's how you pronounce it. Ichimoku cloud.
Ichimoku cloud.
But we just call it Itchy Booger. Ichimoto. We call it an Ichimoto around here just because it's so much easier to say and it's funny. And anyways, it is a technical indicator, and usually you want to look at it on a 1 hour chart or a 4 hour chart. And let me, if I pull it up here on the page real quickly here, let me get rid of my Bollinger Bands as well. On a 1 hour cloud for AMC, you can see, or 1 hour on a 1 hour indicator for the Ichimoku cloud, you can see that there's this red cloud that's formed here. Price likes to usually move up through red clouds, down through green clouds. Here you've got the price moving down through the green cloud and a test of the red cloud more recently, but we haven't really been able to get through this red cloud yet. And I'd say that we're still looking for the push through on this red current cloud on a 1 hour time chart. Here's an upwards momentum through a red cloud here. Here's the downwards momentum through green clouds, upwards momentum through red cloud. Downwards momentum actually occurred through the green. It kind of melted down into the green cloud back here and kind of traded sideways until it finally broke down and then back up through a red cloud. But that's Ichimoku is probably one of the best indicators that I know of in regards to like if I had to pick one single indicator that I would use for day trading, this would be it. By far, hands down, it is one of the most superior, all-encompassing indicators you could possibly use if you know how to use it correctly. Only because it has a lot of different aspects in the one single indicator that kind of give you a lot of information. And then, of course, I look at it on 1 hour and a 4 hour or 1 hour and a 2 hour, your choice. And there's just a lot of different things that could be seen here that tell you where buying pressure is going to start kicking in at. Anyways, let's take a look at these numbers. Man, I should have stuck with my 450 price today on AMC. I kind of figured that they'd be taking us down, but I didn't think we'd be heading back up until later in the week. I'll take it early. That's fine. We'll take it. Heat, accumulation, distribution. That's what it's all about. Accumulation and distribution. They sell high and buy low. Itchy means one. Thank you. I appreciate that, Joseph. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we got going on for these numbers and see where we're at here, or why we're at where we're at, and try and make some sense of some things. Alrighty. Starting with off exchange right here next to my head. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% combined between the off exchange. Woo, GME, look at that. I didn't even realize this an hour ago, but GME's got more NYSE trades going through it. We're on actually GME right now for this indicator, for this data right now. We're on GME's dark pools chart exchange page. And they actually have more trades going through the NYSE than they do the off exchange by a fraction an hour. This is data from an hour ago. It's kind of weird. Let's go over and look at AMC though. AMC's off exchange and EDGX. Let's take a look at what we got going on over here. By this time of the day, it should be about 62% combined between the two. We have 58.26% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 11.98. Combined total 70.24%, or about 8.24% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is starting to rise at 0.29% of the total daily average volume, with a 30-day average of 2.08. That's 32,000 shares so far going through that exchange. On Ape, we have approximately 56.69% going through off exchange. EDGX at 5.36. Combined total 62.05. That is right where it's supposed to be. CHX volume is 0.02 and 30-day average is 0.06, so that's kind of low. On GME, let's see, CHX volume is 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.29, so that's a little bit low. Off exchange is now beating out the volume on NYSE for this morning. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's take a look at. Let's take a look at the Ortex data. Let's see what we got going on. Starting with AMC, an hour ago, there was approximately 4.3 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 4.39 million shares. That's going to have the impact of not really much on the short share interest of the free float, which is currently at 24.38%. Cost per min is at 195.07, average 312.99, and max at 358.44. Shares on loan day over day increased by 3.64 million shares, bringing our shares on loan to 193.24 million. And Ortex is estimating that 1.24 million of that was in new short interest day over day. On Ape, borrowed amount for the day to day was 179,000 shares borrowed an hour ago. It's now a return of 316,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 6.51%. Cost per minute is 6.2, average 7.92, and max is 10.18. Shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased day over day by 3.47 million shares and is now 28.82 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume for the options for calls an hour ago was at a $4.50 strike. That is still the case. Went from 8,000 contracts to 15,000 contracts. On puts at a $4 strike an hour ago, there was 12,000 contracts. There's now 15.4 thousand contracts. Market still indicating a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50 based off the options. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're currently at $5.83. How similar does this look right here to this right here? Looks like we might be on this portion of it right here. So we might be seeing some downwards momentum coming up here before we're going to get a retest of the bottom. Basically, we're going to get another retest of the bottom, and before we start seeing some upwards momentum. And that bottom, I'm kind of expecting to be around 526. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for, but GME has been the only one on the list for the day today. GME is still on the list with an 87.13% buy to 12.87% sell ratio. Still looking very, very strong, but due to volume reasons, AMC and Ape have not met the requirements to make it top 30 most heavily traded stocks. SSR is tripped today for both AMC and Ape, but I only believe Ape has tripped SSR for the day. 3.79 is the tripping point for SSR for AMC, and Ape would be at 1.278. Looks like shares available to borrow increased by 50,000 shares in the last hour. They've only returned, and then we've seen fees for borrowing and remain the same at 127.2%. So we've only seen 50,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. In total for the day today, we've seen about 1.1 million shares borrowed so far. Market. We've got NASDAQ up 1.68, Dow Jones is up 0.38, S&P 500 up 1%. We have 3,753 advancers to 2,528 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Ethereum Classic is up 0.9 or 1.03. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently showing down 0.28. WTI or oil is down 1.83. Mortgage-backed securities for BlackRock and Vanguard are down either anywhere between 0.13 and 0.26. SPY is up 0.97. VIX is down, let's see here, 8.91%. VBR is up 0.51. VB is up 0.69. Tesla is up 2.08. Amazon is up 4.17. Cinemark is up 1.78. Doge is up 1.34. Bitcoin is up 2.02. GME is up 2.07. HYMC is down 2.97. HOOD is up 0.22. CS is up 3.23. Ape is down 3.69 and AMC is up 6.18%. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC is up $4.4 million more dollars inflow than outflow. 13.72 million shares traded so far after 100 and what are we at here? 160 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 33.44 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 to 30 million. We are on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure. No, take that back. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.63, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, within the last 3 hours, we had a crossover with more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator. RSI at 52.64, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.16, which is above average. And a 5-minute interval, looks like more buying pressure than selling pressure based off the numbers, but I would say it's kind of equal right now, with RSI sitting at 72.07, signaling overbought. On let's see, on Ape, we have approximately $500,000 more outflow than inflow. Volume is 13.95 million shares traded so far. Let's see here, after 162 minutes worth of trading, we are on pace for 33.58 million shares. That is within the 20 to 40 million shares I suggested in pre-market. It's going to be really close to the bottom side of that 20, though, I think. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.97, which is below average, it's below average, almost signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.38, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.65, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.55, which is slightly above average. And with that, my wife brought home some Chick-fil-A, so I'm going to go have myself some Chick-fil-A and see you guys back here at 12:10. Make sure I got these charts set up right. I'm not even going to bother putting up my picture back up here. Let's see here. All right. All right. I will see you guys back at 12:10, and I'll leave you guys a little bit of music. All right, I'm back. Give me 1 second here. Sorry about not readjusting the screens earlier. I was kind of going through a lot of different correspondence. The Chick-fil-A was excellent. Andrew, thank you very much. Arthur says Yellen stated that not all accounts will be covered if the bank was small and not a systemic risk to the economy, basically pushing all to the big banks if they want to get covered. Did Nana really say Casey said hard? Did I say it? When did I say hard? I guess I'm saying it now. Uh, uh, yep, I said it. Yeah, it makes me want to like rewind the tape, go back and hear what it was I said. And you know what? You know what makes me laugh even more here, Nana, is the fact that you can laugh at it. I think it's great that you can laugh at it because it makes me feel better. It makes me feel like maybe I'm not offensive to everybody, I guess. Jim says, I guess people are willing to take nearly an instant 50% haircut by buying AMC. You don't get a 50% haircut, Jim. If you were buying right now, if you were legitimately buying shares right now at this price, you're not getting a 50% haircut. That's not quite how it works, but okay. Your value would actually remain the same. Like for example, if price were to change tomorrow, let's say that this all wouldn't happen overnight, right? And whatever the closing price of the day for the day to day, that person's value, the value that they would have that would remain, should theoretically should stay the same, provided that they if they were to distribute their position evenly across the board, they should they should see same value. Rewind to the Chick-fil-A part of the chat. I don't remember. I'll pass. I'm not gonna go backwards, but nah, it's not right, man. It's not right. That's not accurate information, Jim. I don't know how you're running your numbers, but your math's bad. You got to figure out where your math's wrong. Yeah, I'll let him sit. I'll let him sit. Jim's. I know Jim usually throws out like the discouraging comments like on a constant basis, but it's never that bad. It could be worse. It could be. I've seen way worse. But yeah, I don't have any problems. Let me see. Let me look at something real quick here, guys. Um, my friend Steve Moore just sent me some more information here about some of the bond yields. Bonds issued by First Republic Bank (FRC) were rallying on Thursday, even as the stock price remained sharply lower, as investors digested a report about a potential rescue plan for the California-based lender. The lender 4.375% coupon bonds due August 2046 were pegged at a spread of 379 basis points over Treasuries, down from an intraday high of 451 basis points above the risk-free rate, according to Market Access. On a yield basis, that's roughly a 7.6% yield and price of about 65 cents on the dollar, compared with 8.3% yield. and price was 60 cents, signaling that investors are demanding slightly less compensation to take on long-term risk. Related to First Republic. Still, bonds priced below 70 cents on the dollar are broadly considered distressed. A group of American largest banks, including J.P. Morgan, Citigroup, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo, wow, those are all the ones that I'm looking at, are discussing plans to shore up First Republic. The Wall Street Journal reported on Thursday, citing people familiar with the matter. Man, those are like the ones, those are the exact ones that I've been looking at to be the first failures. JPM, Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Those are the top three on my list here. Citigroup is the only one that I don't have on my list. Let's see here. First Republic shares were down about 16% on Thursday, well above its worst levels of the session, but still 78% lower on the year. According to FactSet, investors have been concerned about regional banks since the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, which raised concerns about pressure in the banking system as Federal Reserve has sharply increased interest rates in the past year. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen told senators on Thursday that the U.S. banking system remains on solid footing and that the Americans can be confident about their deposits unless they're over 250 and you're not in a critical bank. Credit Suisse also triggered investor concerns this week after the shares in New York fell to about $2 on Wednesday. Shares rallied Thursday after the Swiss banking giant said it will tap its central bank for 50 billion francs. After it says 54 billion. After I thought it was 64, maybe it is 54. And launching an offer to buy beaten up debt. U.S. stocks were higher Thursday when the Dow Jones Industrial Averages up 0.6 and the S&P 500 index 1.2. The Nasdaq Composite Index advanced according to FactSet. Cool beans. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Anson says, do you still see a move below 4? I'll be highly surprised if it doesn't happen. And the reason that I say that is simply because most of our turnaround points from the past stem around a 60% failure in price from a previous high. Once it goes beyond, a decent distance beyond a 40% drop in price from the last high, then it really kind of stems more on a 60% drop. Our last high was 853. This last drop was down to 415, I think it was. Hold on a second, let me pull it back up and see here. Nope, it went down to 406. I gotta log this in here. Hold on. 853 to 406 is a 52.4% drop in price. A typical turnaround point. The last time that we saw this happen was when we went from $9.15 to $3.70, and that was a 59.6% drop in price. So, could we do 60% drop in price? That's dang near right 60%, right? It's off by 0.4. It's close enough. It's really, really darn close. To see us turn around at 52.4, it could happen. I mean, it really could. It really could happen, turn around at 52.4%, but I think that 60% is kind of the historical value that I would expect to see us turn around at. And so, I mean, that's just what I'm throwing out there, and what I kind of see as the common turning point. But I can't promise you anything. There's no promises here. It's all speculative. Corey Jones says, if I take my AMC popcorn to the movie theater, they have to let me in with it, right? Believe it or not, I actually think they have to let you in with any food. I don't think they want to, but I think they do have to let you in with any food. But I've been hearing that is the case, that you can go in with it though. let's see here. Let's take a look at our numbers. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If they allow you to put in a secondary device, I would highly recommend it. So in case something happens to your primary, you can still get into your account. Please start taking a picture or video once a day or at least once a week, depending on if your account's active or not, like a really heavily active account. The more often, the better for those accounts. But take pictures of that, because you're potentially any day we could have the reverse split and conversion happen, and you want to know what it's going to look like before and after. And so having the proof of ownership for your own documentation purposes would be excellent to have. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Off exchanges and EDGX volume combined by this time of the day, I would expect to be about 63%. As of right now on AMC, we have oh, that can't be right. I'm on the wrong tab. Sorry. 58.48% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 10.91. The grand total 69.39%. Nice. That's about 6.39% higher than it should be. The total moving, not total moving. Total amount of volume moving through CHX is 0.32% so far for the day-to-day, with a 30-day average of 2.07, so it's a little bit low. On Ape, off exchange is 55.49. EDGX is 5.48. Total between the two is 60.97. That's about 2% less than what it should be. And CHX volume is 0.01 with a 30-day average of 0.06. So it's low. GME's CHX volume for the day-to-day is at 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.29. So it's definitely low as well. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 4.39 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 4.53 million shares. It's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 24.39%. Cost to borrow min is at 195.07, average 312.7, and max is at 358.44%. Sorry. Shares on loan is up 3.64 million shares day over day. Ortex is estimating that about 1.24 million of that was in new short interest day over day, putting our shares on loan at 193.24 million shares. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there's 316,000 shares having been returned. It's now 306. It's not really much of a change. So estimated short share interest, the free float stays at 6.51%. Cost of borrow min at 6.2, average 8.06, and max 10.18. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 3.47 million shares on loan to 28.82 million shares. Taking a look at options. Total amount of volume for the day-to-day for calls has been at a $4.50 strike. It went from 15,000 contracts an hour ago to 20.7 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. An hour ago, it's 15.4 thousand contracts. It's now 17.4. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.91. I think we're gonna get a little bit of consolidation here. And if this right here doesn't look like this back here, I don't know what does. It's pretty similar. So this next downwards move is going to be the back portion of today. It's almost even lining up perfectly day wise too, right? Like the first drop down of the day is you can see right back here was this section. The second part of the next day was this section right here. Very similar. The last day of this movement here is kind of like this quick drop down in the beginning portion of the day, followed by a rise to the top, followed by a drop down at the very end of the day, the very last portion of the day, almost closing out the day sideways. And then leading into tomorrow, a bunch of consolidation, and then perhaps maybe by Monday, running up. We'll see if this entire thing plays out. Not always. It doesn't always just play out exactly the same. At some point, this fractal portion right here probably will not end up looking the same. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for here. GME's on the list here with an 86.81% buy to 13.19% sell ratio. Looking really, really decent. I don't see AMC, Ape, and AMC or Ape on here due to lower amounts of volume. Trigger price for SSR is at $3.79. Ape is at 1.278. Shares available to borrow is at 500,000 shares. It was 350, then they returned to 50,000 in a little while. Within the last hour, they returned about 150,000 shares, bringing us back up to 500. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen about 1.1 million shares borrowed. Fees are at 139.5%. NASDAQ is up 2.16. Dow Jones is up 1.03. The S&P 500 is up 1.55. We have 4,308 advancers to 2,011 decliners. The market's almost cooking with that bacon grease now. Went from hot lava fire to bacon grease all in one day. Ethereum Classic is up 0.63. DXY, or the US dollar, showing down 0.2. WTI or oil is up 1.29. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.2 to 0.37, and SPY is up 1.5. VIX is, let me click on it. VIX is down 9.03 at 23.78 right now. VBR is up 1.5. VB is up 1.51. Tesla's up 2.46. Amazon is up 4.33. Cinemark is up 1.9. Doge is up 0.89. Hold on a second. Bitcoin is up 1.55. GME is up 3.01. HYMC is down 1.64. HOOD is up 1.25. CS is up 4.13. Ape is down 1.42, and AMC is up 7.13. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, we have approximately $4.2 million more inflow than outflow. 21.24 million shares traded so far for the day today after 240 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 34.51 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's still over the 10 to 30 million that I suggested in pre-market. We're getting enough volume in right now to make me start to wonder just slightly whether or not I'm going to make this prediction on 10 to 30. Might actually be slightly over. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.32, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.29, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.96, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.77, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 17.96 million shares traded so far. Let's see here. After 240 minutes worth of trading, 241 minutes, putting us on a pace for 29.06 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares. I think I'm going to hit that. That's looking okay now. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.34, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.63. That is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.02, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.82, which is slightly above average. Glenn says Casey's back and now we're going down. It's how it always works, man. Every time I leave, it goes up. And when I come back, it goes down. One of these days, I just won't come back. That's what she says. Oh, man. Sometimes, you guys, my mom listens to this stuff. Papa Max says if a person invested 100 today in Ape and 100 in AMC and conversion reverse split happened tonight, tomorrow the Ape portfolio would be worth 181, the AMC portfolio would be 54. Assuming Papa Mac, and this is making a big assumption, making the assumption that that's what the trading price would be when it opened up. That's the fair market value would be traded at those prices, and you can't make those assumptions. So I wouldn't necessarily. You can't bank on that. You can't bank on those numbers. That's an estimate. Just make sure you let people know that's an estimate, because it really would be dictated based off of the first trades that go through. Yuck. Thanks, Yucca. Sounds good, man. Yeah. Oh, yep. I did probably say the F word earlier, Easter Beast. We're gonna go see a movie today, right after I get off the live stream. We're gonna head out to go see the one that we were supposed to see that I screwed up on last week. We're gonna go see what is it? 65, 56, 60. I think 65. Yeah, but the total value that would be traded at the it's not the share part that I'm arguing with you about. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Okay, so wait a minute. That's not correct. That last part that you got there is not right at all. Your shares are 1-for-1, sir. That's not correct. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see where you're going with that though. Okay, if you yeah. So I'd have to actually do the math then. I would have to do the math and calculate it out. But I see what you're saying, because if it would be 7.4 shares, you actually wouldn't get remainder amounts. Remember, so it'd actually be 7 and 2. It would be 7 and 2. So in total, you would had 9 shares left over instead of 10, because they would cash you out for the remaining portion of it. Number one, and number two, the value portion of it is the part that I'm discussing. Not necessarily the amount of shares that you would have, but I'm discussing the value at which it first starts trading at wouldn't necessarily be what you think it might be. Hey, we can do it tonight, AP. Am I going to see thunder from down under? Probably not. I don't know what. No, I can probably tell by the name of that. I won't see it. No, I understand you did the math, but you didn't take away the shares correctly. They're not going to give you partial share ownership. They'll cash you out for whatever the difference. So, you gotta account for the shares that you're not going to be getting. And then the value that it trades at when the market first starts trading, you don't know what it's going to be. No, I'm not disagreeing with that part, Papa Mac. That's not what I'm disagreeing with. You're focused on the wrong things. When they cash you out, can you just use that cash for fractional shares and go right back in? Absolutely, but you're not going to get those whatever portion of that you would buy back in for wouldn't have your capital gains on those would still be short term at that point, right? You lose that portion of short term exemption, which may or may not be a big thing for you, depending on your position. I mean, it's a fraction. Blarky says, Casey, what the heck? What's going on, man? You are stating things that don't matter. If I have 7 shares and you have 2, but we both paid the same, how can the factors you state matter? What I'm trying to say to you is that if you're because you took a breakdown of 2 different things and you said AMC and Ape and you broke it down and then you said this is how many shares you would have left over. And you said you would have or how many shares you would have after you purchased it was going to be a fractional portion, and you would not have a fractional portion. I'm just simply stating that what you're saying is not correct. It's not. I'm not saying that I don't agree that you have more value added by purchasing Ape shares. I'm just simply stating that the numbers that you're providing are inaccurate. You would not have that many shares left over. It's really important to make sure you get this stuff right, Papa Mac. A lot of people are out there thinking that they're going to get fractional shares, and when you sit there and you tell them that you're going to get fractional shares, it makes a difference. That's why it matters. You have to tell people what it is that they're going to get accurately, because if you misreport it, then people are going to go around and start saying what it is that you're saying, and they're not going to understand that they're not getting what it is that you said that they're going to get. You have to be very, very accurate about your numbers. That's what I'm getting at. And you're not being accurate on those numbers. Dynamite says game of telephone. Exactly. You sit there and you tell somebody that they're going to spend $100 on something right now, and that they're going to have something after the end, and it's some value of like 7.2 shares at the end. And when they get 7 shares, what's going to happen when they come back and you said 7.2 when they only got 7? How are you going to justify that? This is why we have such a problem with people running around saying 90 right now. 90, 90, 90 all over the place. 90. I'm going to lose 90% of my shares. No, you're not. You're not losing 90% of your shares. People don't actually go out and do the math. It's like, come on, man. You're not losing 90%. And then the other part too is that when you're telling people that the value that you're going to have in the end is going to be X amount of dollars, it's an estimate. It's an estimated amount of dollars because the actual share trading price is not. It's an estimated amount. You don't know what it's actually going to be trading at. I think it's closer to 80, Arthur. Let me think here real quick. Well, I mean, it's going to depend, right? It depends on how many shares you have exactly. But I don't have an exact number because I don't know how many shares you have, and I don't want you to share that information with me either. But you're getting a 1-to-1. If it's not divisible by 10, then you're going to need to divise it down to 10. And then once you can divide it down to 10, then you can figure out how many shares you're going to have afterwards. So as Donkey Kong just says, I have 10. Then the amount of shares that you're going to have afterwards is 1. But you started out only buying 5, right? You only started out buying 5. You got 5 gifted to you. So if you started out with 5, you had 5 gifted to you, and you ended up having 10. And now you're going to have 1 after it's said and done. What is that? It's 80%. No, it's not 90. It's 80. It's 80%. It's not. You only bought 5. You only bought 5. The other 5 were gifted to you. If you have 10 right now, it's because you got them gifted to you in a dividend. It doesn't matter, Arthur. It does not matter. You still have additional shares that you didn't pay out of pocket for. You already paid up front for those shares. Up front. Those shares you get back, it's 80. It's not 90. And what Belarkey is saying is true as well. You're not actually losing any value in it whatsoever. The value doesn't change. It's just the share quantity that you're losing. You're losing 80% of your share quantity, but you're not losing any value. The value, like Belarkey said, the value is actually staying the same. Oh shoot! Thank you for reminding me, Easter Beast. I was supposed to check 2 different things. All right, so here's my point, Arthur. You bought something with an original value. That value was separated into another additional amount of shares. So it's the same value, right? The value was never changed. It's still the same value. Then those amounts of shares are putting back together with the value being added back together, which means that nothing ever changed except for one thing. One thing changed. The only thing that ever changed was the share count. The value was always separated. It was either together or separated or put back together again. The only thing that ever changed was the total amount of shares that you have, not the value. The value was still the same. It's never been changed. It's just been shorted by investors, short hedge funds out there, right? That's the only thing that's ever changed was the value of the price being reduced. but the amount of shares is what changed for you, right? And so when you take your shares and you put them back together, you still have the whole. It's still a whole of the original amount. It's just that you have more shares now. And Papa Mac, answer this question. What happens when you how do you get market cap? What do you do? What's the formula for market cap? What's the formula for market cap, Papa Mac? Why would I give you some of my shares? I don't want to give up any of my shares. They hold my entire value. I have extra shares. They hold my entire value. Shares times price. So what happens when you add shares, Papa Mac, to market cap? If price stays the same, what happens to market cap when you add shares to it? It's not market cap. Market plus cap equals market cap. What happens when you increase the amount of shares to the formula? What's the end result? Added shares times price, right? That's right. It's the number of shares times price. So what happens to your market cap when you increase shares? What happens to market cap when you increase shares? Nope. Try again. What happens to market cap when you increase shares? No, what happens to market cap? What happens to market cap when you increase shares? I'm not asking you what gets boosted or anything. Answer the question. What happens to market cap when you increase shares? Nope, it does not get diluted. Nope, it's not nothing. It goes higher. That's right. Market cap goes higher. If market cap goes higher when you increase shares, no, nothing is not correct. If you increase one, it goes up. Market cap goes up if you increase shares. So your total value goes up when you increase the shares. It grows. It gets larger. It gets larger. It doesn't do nothing. It grows. Because when you take 2 times 2 and then you make one of those numbers higher, like a 3, if you change the 2 to a 3, it becomes 6. And market cap is what in the formula, Papa Mac, in the formula, if market cap goes up, what happens to total value? If market cap goes up, what happens to total value? No, you got to answer these questions, Papa Mac. What happens because you're trying to throw it off? You're trying to throw this off onto a different tangent here. Answer the questions. What if you market cap increases? What happens to the total value? If market cap increases, what happens to the total value? I'll wait for the right answer. When you increase market cap, what happens to total value? Oh boy. You can't even answer the question, Papa Mac. You've done the math and you can't even answer the question, man. When you increase market cap, what happens to the total value? When you do your formula, the formulas that you worked so hard on in that spreadsheet, if you create a higher market cap value, what does that do to your total value? What is the output? When you modify the numbers in your formulas and your market cap goes up, what happens to the total amount of the output value in the end? Does it go up or does it go down or does it stay even? If you increase the market cap, does the value go up, go down, or break even in your formula? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Papa Mac. I'm asking you questions here. If you increase your market cap, what happens to the you just don't want to answer this because you know I'm right. You know I'm right on this. It doesn't matter which side of the formula you calculate it from. If you increase your shares or if you increase the price, market cap goes up. And if market cap goes up, your total value goes up. It doesn't go down and it doesn't go sideways. If you increase market cap, you make more money per share. I'm making total sense. It doesn't matter whether you increase price or you increase shares. Either one of those will cause market cap to go higher, which gives you total value after reverse split and a conversion. It will give you more value. It gives you more value, man. It's a really simple answer. All you have to do is I mean you've already done the hard work of putting in the formula, and if you mess around with your formula on your chart, actually I'll use your own page here. Hold on a second. I'll use your own chart to show you how that's the case. Let me switch over to screens here and we'll pull it up real quick. I mean, you did a great job of putting it together, but I feel like maybe you're not understanding what market cap is or how it affects value because you seem to think that increasing the amount of shares decreases value, but it doesn't. It increases value. And that's the part. That's the key part here that you're missing. Where is it at here? I've got it right down here. Tutorials. So let's go over to your chart. And this is the chart you made. You did a really good job working on this. And we'll plug it in here real quick, right? So let's see here. Let's put in the numbers real quick. We'll just throw in some quick numbers. We're gonna use current prices. 1.395 on Ape, and we'll use AMC as being 4.483. I think we said we were gonna have 10 shares. Does that come out with the right numbers down below? Let me make sure. There we go. Spit out a number, right? So in the formula that you have here, let me see exactly where you've got it. I got to check and see where everything is put in at. Let's see. I got to reverse back look at this here. Let's see. What do you got? Those are solids. We're going to be looking at this one, I think, right here. Does it not show the formulas that you used? I'm not sure where the formulas are at. You might have hidden these on a, like maybe hidden or something, but let's see. Let me see if I can find this. Those are just solid numbers. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because it's not modifiable. I might have to like copy and paste this onto my own so I can see where all the formulas are at. But if you were to increase the amount of shares, where's this spitting this number out from? Man, if I could just see your formulas, I'd be able to show. Let's see, embedded. Man, I just need to see the formula that you've got set up for this. Essentially, what I was going to do is we could just take for example and just do it right here by changing the amount of shares. I wonder if that'll let me just see if that might just work. Locked. Erg. All right. Maybe I could just copy this and port it over to my own Excel. Hold on a second. Let me try this real quick here. Let's open up a new one. Yeah, it's not gonna be as pretty, but let's see if it's showing me at least where the formulas are at. Oh, it's not gonna show me, is it? Let's try adding in. Oh, it's not. It didn't port over all the formula. It didn't port over anything other than exactly what was showing. Yeah. All right. Well, what I want you to do on your own Excel spreadsheet there is I want you to go through and I want you to adjust or modify market cap on a little bit and your formulas where you've got it in there, like modify your market cap numbers. And all you have to do that is just change the share count. Just modify the share count and see that when you increase the amount of shares that your market cap goes up, and when you decrease the amount of shares that you have outstanding, that decreases the market cap. And obviously, the higher the market cap, if you're basing your conversion based off of market cap as a final value for what the company is going to be worth, then adding additional shares actually makes your total valuation higher, not lower. So it's that's part of the problem. The reason why Ape is dragging down the price of AMC as a total and not seeing a higher end output number like 50 or in this case right now $44.95. The reason we wouldn't see a $44.95 is because there's additional outstanding shares of Ape at a lower value, and that's why. Because if Ape were actually higher right now, if Ape were actually higher and we had a higher market cap on Ape than we did on AMC, then we would actually end up seeing the exact opposite of this, and we would see much larger prices than 400 or $45 on a 10-to-1 conversion. So it's really about understanding that market cap and the relationship of those shares means a lot, right? It means a whole bunch in regards to valuation of what the shares are worth, right? And so I think that's the important thing to remember out of all of this. Those market caps aren't actually correct, Jim, because you need to take the total amount. Well, actually, let me make sure. Hold on a second here. pretty sure that your market cap is actually you might be right on your market cap because I'm showing 980 and you said something different here. You might actually have the right market cap down. What did you say? You said 1.3. You might actually be right on that. I think you might have actually estimated the number correctly based off of the total outstanding shares. Yeah, absolutely. I can pop a mech. Yep, you're right, Jim. You're absolutely right. I just wanted to make sure. A lot of people are looking at the current reported amounts on a lot of these broker platforms, and they're all being reported as like seven. They're only like for example, right here on Webull. Webull's only reporting a market cap right now on Ape is 980 million, when we know that it's more than that. And the reason for it is that they're only reporting 702,000 shares outstanding when we know it's really 900. So that's part of the reason. How much would 10 Ape cost today? How much would 10 AMC cost you today? Yeah, I mean, you just added zero on there, right? I understand what you're saying. I get it. You're saying that it's cheaper to buy Ape shares than it is to buy AMC. We can just cut to the chase on that. I get it. It's not hard to figure out. And after the reverse, you can get more value out of Ape shares right now than you can out of AMC shares for your dollar, and that would be absolutely correct. But you're trying to convince me that more shares is lowering the value, and I'm saying you're wrong on that. That's not the correct answer because market cap is based off of shares times price, and so if you increase more shares, then you have more market cap. I, I'm I'm saying I was originally disagreeing with what you said in regards to how many shares you would have left over after the conversion and reverse split. That was what I was trying to get at. It had nothing to do with the valuation. Rocket says, "What will the Ape price during the reverse split day?" I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Your name might be a prediction on what it could potentially end up being, because that I kind of have this strange feeling that we're probably going to see Ape and AMC try to balance out a little bit. But I also believe that they're going to try to be bringing down AMC's price here. See, yeah, and I think Pirate Borden says both of you are arguing separate points, and that was the problem was is he stated something, I said that's wrong, and then when he asked me to prove it, I was like, well, you're not going to have 7.2 shares left over after it's all over. You're only going to have seven and two. I'm sure it's tough, Papa Mech. I'm sure it's pretty tough. You know, are you on my Discord? I don't know if you're on my Discord or not, but we could always bring you on to talk. It would make things a lot easier, right? And I'm not opposed to it. But I'll tell you what though, if you are on the Discord, I can put you in the back of the big tramp. If you go back to the back of the big tramp, I can meet up with you after I get done reading through the numbers because it is time for numbers. Kale says, how do they still hold so much power when cost to borrow is high, Casey? So one of the things you got to remember about cost to borrow is it's more of a long-term effect. Kale, cost of borrow is going to be something that over time is going to cost them a lot of money to hold their positions. But if they're positions that they're only holding for short periods of time, it's not going to be as impactful. It will be more impactful, but not nearly as you know, things like fees or I think something more impactful would be like, you know, price movement would be more impactful. Um, well, I know, Micah, I know it's difficult for you guys to, like, you know, when you're trying to go back and forth in the comment section. I understand how difficult it is to like type stuff in here. So, you know, I'm trying to be as, you know, uh, understanding as possible. That Papa's trying. Big red cloud price could stall, right? Yeah, especially if price is running into the cloud. Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm gonna move over to the numbers, Papa Mac. If I go back over the Discord after this is over, I'll look for you over there. Taking you guys over the numbers real quick. Let's see what we got going on. And before we move into the numbers, let's give a little calming effect here.
Now then, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Okay, shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it.
We're gonna beat the devil out of it, Papa Mac. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with let's see. I gotta pull a few pages around here. Give me 1 second. Let's see. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see perhaps somewhere around the range of 64% combined between the off exchanges and EDGX combined. And I think I just said combined like 3 or 4 times now. Off exchange is 58.4. Actually, let me refresh this. That might be old data. Off exchange for AMC is at 58.07 and EDGX is 10.86. The combined total 68.93%. That's about 4.93% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.34, which is lower than the 30-day average of 2.07 on AMC. On Ape, we have 55.46% of our volume coming through those off exchanges, and EDGX is at 5.2 for combined total 60.66%, or about 3.5% lower than 3.4% lower than it should be. CHX volume is 1.65. I think this is day. Is this day 2 now? Hold on a second. I'm scrolling down here for just a second. I think this is 2 days in a row now of high CHX volume for Ape, or is it just the first day? Nope, today's just the first day. First day of high CHX volume for Ape. The 30-day average is 0.09% of our total daily volume today. It's 1.65 or 302,000 shares. On GME, CHX volume is 0.07 with a 30-day average of 0.29. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, AMC had 4.53 million shares being reported for borrowed amount, and it's now 5.26. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 24.44%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.04, average is 307.72, and max is 358.94. Let's take a look here at shares on loan. This morning we had 3.64 million new shares on loan day over day. Vortex is estimated about 1.24 million of that was in new short interest and putting our shares on loan at 193.24. If we do increase by that 5.26 million borrowed amount, because they always adjust it in the aftermarket hours, but if we do go up by that 5.26, I think by tomorrow we could get a reporting of a value that's higher than our all-time high of shares on loan. On Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 3.39 million shares having been, or sorry, an hour ago there was 306,000 shares having been returned. It's now 3.39, which is going to dramatically lower the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 6.32%, and cost per min's at 6.2, averages 8.06, and max is 10.18. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 28.82 million shares. That is 3.47 million shares less on loan from yesterday. I just want to mention that we have been seeing a rebalancing of positions, and it seems that everything that's been loaned on AMC has been undone on Ape, and it's almost as if they're expecting this conversion and reverse split to occur. And it seems to me like they're trying to get as many loans off the books as possible before the conversion actually occurs. As they keep dropping the total amount of shares on loan as much as they possibly can on a daily basis. Somebody's probably expecting. I mean, this is essentially closing out a short interest here. Taking a look at the options. Calls. Highest amount of calls an hour ago was 4.5 out of 4.5 dollar contracts. There was 20.7 thousand volume for the day. It's now 22.6. And on puts at a $4 strike, an hour ago there was 17.4 thousand contracts. There's now 17.8. Market still suggesting a closing price between 4 and 450 for AMC by the end of the day. Combined price right now of AMC and Ape is at $5.89. We are starting to get that little peak that I suggested we maybe have seen from the past. We may see some downwards testing or retesting of this bottom that we had down here before we maybe start seeing some additional price movement upwards. Let's see here. What's next? Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME. Only GME is on this list here with an 85.95% buy and a 14.05% sell ratio. SSR triggers at $3.79. Ape triggers at 1.278. I think Ape may have triggered this morning, but not AMC, and they're both on for the day today from yesterday's triggering. Oh my gosh. They borrowed every single share out here for the end of the day today. I wouldn't have expected that to happen, guys. They normally borrow like 50,000 shares at the end of the day, but never 500,000. I mean, it's 490. They borrowed 491,000 shares. Man, that's so much. Why did they do that? This kind of almost makes me think they're expecting some big moves that they're going to need to potentially kind of quell. That's a lot. That is a lot. That was unexpected. I'm going to put it in as 500,000 shares borrowed. We're at 1.6 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Wow. Oh yeah, and fees went up too. Fees shot up from 127.2 to 139.5, and now they're at 171.5%. Somebody was asking earlier about cost to borrow and fees. Those fees, I think, for taking on some of these loans are probably more damaging than the cost to borrow necessarily is, because that cost to borrow is only going to impact them over long-term holds, not short-term. But it will, I mean, it does over time. It does impact. It takes time. NASDAQ is up 2.01%. Dow Jones is up 0.89. S&P 500 is up 1.37. We have 4,058 advancers to 2,263 decliners. It's a little bit worse than it was an hour ago. Ethereum Classic is up 0.73. DXY is currently down 0.09. Oil is down 0.97. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.28 to 0.44. SPY is up 1.31. VIX is down 9.41. VBR is up 1.06. VB is up 1.03. Tesla is up 2.1. Amazon is up 4.17. Cinemark is up 0.87. Doge is up 0.73. Bitcoin is up 1.51. GME is up 3.45. HYMC is down 1.89. HUD is up 0.49. CS is up 2.55. Ape is down 1.76. And AMC is up 6.77. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC is approximately $4 million more dollars going through inflow. More inflow. 23.06 million shares traded so far after 289 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 31.11 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. Looks like I might end up being on the low side. I wouldn't have expected that. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 35.64, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 53.92, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 61.88, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 52.02, which is average. On Ape, there is approximately $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 18.69 million shares traded so far for the day today. Looks like we might just barely make it into my predicted numbers for the day. So we're looking at about a pace of 25.13 million shares traded by the end of the day. On Ape, I've suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 34.34, which is below average. On a one-hour time interval, it looks like more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.1, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.56, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 51.73, which is average. Somebody was mentioning the cloud earlier. I just want to look at it real quick here. Make sure when you're looking at the cloud, 1-hour and 4-hour clouds are really what you ideally want to look at. You don't really want to look at like time intervals that are. You could probably go greater on time intervals, like up to a daily or a weekly if you wanted to. But I would really be looking for like super long-term trends on that kind of stuff. You really want to be looking at like the 1-hour and 4-hour charts. I mean, you can look at it on a 1-hour chart if you want to, but it's not. It's what's the word I want to use here? Maximizing the amount of gains that you could potentially make from a indicator like this would be made through a 1-hour and a 4-hour chart. You could have multiple clouds in a single day on high volatility days. You could have clouds moving in either direction in a single day that would cause you to potentially make maybe some poor moves within very tight price ranges. So what am I trying to say? I guess what I'm trying to say is when you look at it in a longer time interval, it gives you a better idea of which way it's trending overall. And so you're trying to maximize your amounts of times that you're making trades for. So in order to maximize the amount of time or the amount of trades that you'd be making, you'd want to be using this indicator on longer periods of time than shorter. So 1 to 4 hours is good. And then if you want to see real long-term trends, dailies and weeklies, for I mean, I think I think if you wanted to prove that that the SPY was a great long-term investment, all you'd have to do is pull it up on a weekly and look at that chart and say, "Yep." It really doesn't take much rocket science to see that this chart hardly ever prints on a weekly, ever prints a downtrend where the red cloud forms, right? And it's many years usually in between red clouds that form. But when they do form, something's up. So it's not very usual. Something's happening. A little something going on. it's not normal. So, but yeah, just keep that in mind when you're looking at that, because I know Blarka, you were looking into that and wondering about that earlier this morning. So I just want to make sure and touch on that a little bit, so you understand that it's not meant to be used really. You can use it on a short-term basis, but it's not going to give you a long-term outlook. All right, let's see here. Let me go check the back of the big tramp real quick. See if Papa Mac's back there. Guys, I have full respect for Papa Mac, by the way. I don't mean any disrespect to him at all. Okay, I don't see him back in the back of the big tramp. You can't DM me, Papa Mac? Are you sure you're... That's not good. Hold on a second here. Let me see what's going on. Let me look and see if why that would be the case. Okay, I see you. Ooh. It says caution. This account is temporarily restricted. It's saying you're restricted. You're seeing this warning because there has been some unusual activity from this account. Do you still want to view it? Okay, I'm gonna say yes. View profile. It shows I'm following you still, and it shows you still following me. It may be because your last post was to your website that has the links to some of your to that it's got your chimp2silverback.com /tutorials. It's got that was the last post you made on February 23rd. But that's what it said when I clicked on your account here. So it's saying that you're restricted right now. Yeah, it looks like it says that I can. Hold on a second. Let me try. I just put test. I should have put testes. Because that's always a fun one to put in there, when somebody says, "Hey, can you send me a test DM?" You put, "Yeah, sure, testes." Testes nuts. Sorry. It is child humor. Child humor. Sorry, Mom. Oh, man. Weird. It shows me following you, and it shows All I can say is it says that there was some weird activity on your account, like I read to you. Let's see what happens when I click on your account again, because I went off of it to send you the yeah. It said it again when I went back on there. Let me show you what. Here, I'll show you. Tell me if it's okay. Actually, I'll just show you what the comment says. That way nobody has to see what your account name is. But it says, "Caution: this account is temporarily restricted. You're seeing this warning because there's been some unusual activity from this account. Do you still want to view it?" And that's what it's saying on there. You might want to contact Twitter and find out what the heck's going on there. That's weird, man. I don't know what to tell you. All right, I got to go to break though. I can tell you that. It's time to go to break so we can start ripping in price. And I fully think that we may start moving upwards in price. And the reason that I say that is simply because of the fact that, oh, and I have SPY sitting up here. That's not what I meant to do. The reason that I think that we may start moving up in price is because they borrowed that 500,000 shares at the end of the day. That's not very typical. We don't see that usually happening unless they plan. Maybe they could be planning on pushing the price down pretty hard at the end of the day. I guess that's always a possibility as well. Yep. Sorry about that, Steven. I just changed it, man. Sorry. My bad. My bad. I know it was kind of exciting to look up and see like 394. I was like, oh, that's not us. One of these days, man. One of these days. Call who? Who am I calling? Call him. Who am I calling? All right, I gotta go to break. Call Papa. Let me see if I've got his. Let me see if I've got him on Discord. I can try that. But let me. I want to take a break. Let me see if I got him on Discord. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Nope. I don't have him on Discord. He may not be. I'll tell you what, Papa Mech. I'm gonna send you a link. I can send you messages, but you can't send me messages. But I can certainly send you the link, though. 1 second. Let me get the link for you, and I'll send it to you. But I'm gonna take a break though, and we'd have to do it after I get back. All right, I'm sending you the link to the Discord so that you can get in there. There you go. All right, but I gotta hit a break. So we'll talk about it either when I get back from break, which is around 2:10. I gotta run through the numbers real fast. We can do movie trivia, and then we can talk at like towards the end of the day. So if you don't want to like hang around for the whole time, if you want to come back around like after movie trivia time, we can talk for like the last portion of the day. But I'll be back from 2:10. I'll be back in about at 2:10 like usual. Nah, I already had the Chick-fil-A break, man. I'm so full. My wife got some extra Chick-fil-A nuggies. But I ate my chicken spicy deluxe chicken sandwich, and I'm good. I won't be eating again until way later tonight. I'm sure of it. All right, let me put up my message. All right, I will see you guys back at 2:10.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. wide of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back, and sorry about the delay there. I was trying to pick some questions, which is Willy Wonka the original, and I was having a hard time coming up with the last couple questions because I kind of wanted to make sure that they weren't. I kind of tried to make a few of the questions my own, and I wanted to make sure that I got some of the answers correct. One of them, you guys are probably going to say rigged on one of these for sure. I don't know for a fact that you can actually tell what the answer is for it, but it's going to be movie trivia that you either know or you don't know. I didn't know it. I had to look it up. So let's take a look and see what we got going on for numbers real quick, and then we'll get into. Yeah, Food Dog says rigged. Food Dog, hey man, send me a message. Send me a message. I want to talk to you, man. Let's take a look at our numbers. Let's see here. Where are we at? $4, 44.5, up 5.58% on AMC. Ape is at 1.385 and down 2.46% for the day today. Not bad. All right, let's see what we got for numbers. I realize I don't look at the camera very often, guys. I know I don't do that, and it's because I have the camera is like sitting way above me, and so it's kind of awkward to like look up at you guys in the camera, and so I'm oftentimes just kind of looking at my screen, right? And so I feel it's funny because when I just pulled up the page here to the other side, I realized I kind of almost do this like pan in kind of thing, like, "Hi, good to see you over here today. Welcome back to AMC and ADD." So I, I hope it doesn't bother you guys too much. I was never meant for doing camera stuff. I'm not used to this. What can I say? 2 years and I'm still not doing it right. Look in the damn camera. The camera. Look in my eyes. Look at me when I'm talking to you. All right, let's see what we got going on for face for radio. That's right, Dino Mike. Face for radio, man. That's what it is. That's what it all comes down to. It ain't got no face. Let's see. Let me log it back into my broker real quick here. I think I got to give you guys a two-factor authentication speech here. Yep. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may have to get it because it could protect you from having somebody accidentally get into your account. That's probably not even really an accident. It would be on purpose. But yeah, two-factor authentication. Try it out. If you don't like it, get rid of it. If you have the ability to put in a secondary device to be able to receive your codes, not a bad idea too. In case something happens to your primary. I'm also asking you guys to go ahead and take pictures or video of your portfolios so you have that information or proof of what it is that you hold in case something should happen. You'll have the ability to be able to prove what it is that you held prior. You can do a cross comparison on how things changed for you. Let's see what we got going on here. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I was definitely I was not made for TV. I wasn't. 64%, no, 66% is what I would expect to see by this time of the day through off exchanges and EDGX combined. AMC is 58.07, CBO EDGX is 10.86. Grand total in that 68.93%. That is 2.93% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0.34 with a 30-day average of 2.07, so it's kind of low today. I was just sitting there thinking to myself, like, if you always think, Casey, that you shouldn't be for camera, I mean, think what Jack Black thinks, right? He made it. If he made it, anybody can do it. You gotta be outrageous, outgoing, happy, positive. I'm none of that. I'm not like Jack Black in any kind of way. Let's see here. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange 55.41% going through off exchanges. EDGX is 5.08. Combined total 60.49%. That's about 5.5% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX is 1.55% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.09. This is a little bit of a sign to me, guys, that we may be seeing a turning around point here on Ape here. It does look like they're trying to deliver shares and close out positions here. We have 302,000 shares going in volume through that exchange, which is pretty high compared to usual. On GME, CHX volume is 0.06 with a 30-day average of 0.28. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 5.26 million shares having gone through or having been borrowed. That's now 5.57. That's going to raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 24.46%. Cost per borrow min is at 1.04. Average is 309.51 and max 358.94%. And shares on loan day over day increased by 3.64 million to 193.24 million shares on loan. Ortex is estimated that 1.24 million of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 3.39 million shares having been returned. It's still the same. That's going to put the short-term interest of the free float at 6.32%. Cost per borrow min at 6.2, average 8.06, and max is 10.18. Shares on loan decreased day over day by 3.47 million shares to 28.82 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume is at a $4.50 strike. There was 22.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 24.3. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. It was 17.8 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 18.1. Market still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. We are at $5.83 combined. Still heading that downward trend that I kind of suggested back here. Still seeing that same kind of trend going on right now. I love my awesome drawings. One of these days I'm going to turn off that setting on my mouse so I can actually draw like a real circle. Oh, a real circle! I gotta go into my settings for my mouse and change that someday. You'll be like, wow, he suddenly can draw. Orders by Fidelity customers. It's such a janky, messed up circle. Any day now. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three that I'm looking for. GME's been on the list most of the day today, if not all of it. And with that 85%, 86% buy to sell ratio, 86 to 14. Looking really, really super strong here. Loving it. Love what I'm seeing. Trigger price for SSR is at $3.79. Ape is at 1.278. There are 0 shares available to borrow. They borrowed an additional 10,000. I'm not going to count those because they've already kind of rounded up twice already for the day-to-day, so that's going to help fill in that rounding. So far for the day, we saw about 1.6 million shares borrowed. Fees were last seen at 171.5. I'm actually going to write that down right now because I'm afraid that if we don't have any shares showing back up, that that I'll forget the number. All right, I just wrote it down. NASDAQ is up 2.58, Dow Jones is up 1.11, S&P 500 is up 1.75. We have 4,305 advancers to 2,078 decliners. The market is doing better than it was an hour ago. Almost cooking with bacon grease. Ethereum Classic is up 2.47%. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.24. WTI is down 0.32. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.31 to 0.18. And SPY is up 1.71 for the day today at 395, trying to make a comeback here. VIX is down 10.44. VBR is up 1.4. VB is up 1.53. Tesla's up 2.71. Amazon is up 4.16. Cinemark is up 0.99. Doge is up 2.18. Bitcoin is up 3.33 at 25.1K a coin. GME is up 4.86. HYMC is up, down rather, 1.39. HUD is up 1.36. CS is up 1%. Ape is down 2.77, and AMC is up 5.34. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately it's just about $4 million worth more inflow outflow. For the day, 25.32 million shares traded so far. And we've got about 355 minutes worth of time traded so far, putting us on a pace for 27.81 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. We'll see if that sticks. On Ape, there was approximately 4 million, or what am I saying? On AMC, on a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure and selling pressure than our side of 34.38, which is, man, I feel like I already read these, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side 50.43, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side 55.39, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side 41.3, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 20.02 million shares. We just finally broke through the remaining value or volume that I needed to see to hit my numbers for the day today. We are pacing 21.93 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 34.05, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 43.11, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 48.62, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 53.58, which is just slightly above average. What's next? Movie trivia. That's what's next. And a toast. A toast to getting my admins back. I don't say it enough. I don't. And I think yesterday, for those of you guys who were here yesterday, I think you probably saw it and can recognize what a difference it makes when we can moderate and when we cannot moderate. I think there's a massive difference in what happens around here. And I want to say thank you. If you've got a tool next to your name, you're not a tool. You're the opposite of a tool. You are an asset. And I thank you very much for all that you guys do. You put in the time that you dedicate to being a moderator around here, doing what it is that you do to moderate and making this a better community. And I appreciate it. And I want to thank you, and I want to toast you guys for doing what it is that you guys do freely doing what it is that you guys do. Cheers. You're an asset. Brian says I'm just an ass. No, but Nana can say she's an asset. But I love you guys. I really do. I think you guys do a tremendous job. Yesterday was an amazing difference in what it's like to have a no moderation type of day. It was annoying. It was a little annoying to be frank. But I'm just Casey. I'm not Frank. Are you guys ready for trivia? Bjork, how's it going, man? It's good to see you. It doesn't matter if it's been a long time. It's okay. Don't you worry about it. Long time or not, it's okay. I totally understand, man. Yeah, the stream crashed several times yesterday. Several times. One of them was the dog's fault, though. Don't ask me how that happened. I have no idea. The dog somehow managed to turn off the power strip for the Wi-Fi router. I have no idea how that happened, but whatever. It happened. All right, let's take a look. Here we go, guys. I need to see one ready at least. Pam, welcome back. I need to see one ready, and we'll get this rolling here. Andrew says 2 weeks. 2 weeks, sir. 2 weeks. You say it like a parakeet. The movie is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Willy Wonka. It's Willy Wonka is the movie. The original. All right, I got it ready in there. Here we go. First question. What color eyebrows did Oompa Loompas have? White by censored content is correct. By the way, you guys are going to be surprised by the results. I went back to Mondays and looked up all the answers for everybody who got points and then added them in there, and it changed everything. It completely changed everything. White is correct. What's the one thing in the room where everything is edible which can't be touched by human hands? Yep, the river is correct by censored content. That is correct. How many people that are seen in the movie are in Charlie's family? Six by Yucca Frida is correct. Fill in this quote. Candy is dandy, but blank is quicker. Liquor by Jabibs is correct. Liquor is correct. Cheers to liquor. Cheers. Jabibs for a point. In what city was Willy Wonka filmed? Liquor in the front, pack. I almost said Packer in the back. Munich is correct. Even though you didn't spell right, Yuck, I'll give it to you. Oh man, I screwed that one up. Poker in the rear. Man, whatever. Brian says Pflugerville. No. Munich is correct. Oh man. How many golden tickets were there? How many golden tickets were there? 5 is correct. Did I say Munich right? I think I said it right. I don't know. I was kind of stressing whether I'd get that one right or not. And when I read it, I just was like, yep, it almost just naturally just kind of came out what I think is right. Next question. Don't answer that. Oh, Food Dog says 6. One was fake. Yeah, well, there's really only 5 golden tickets, so that's right. There's a naked golden ticket. Let's see here. Next one. What is Charlie's job? I'm gonna go with so you were really close, Carl. You almost beat out Yucca Frida, but he got it just in the nick of time. Put newspaper deliver, and that is correct. But it was really close, Carl. I mean, you literally came in like right after him in timing. Real close, man. Well, welcome, by the way. I haven't seen the name before. At least I don't recall having seen it. At the end of the tour, what was each golden ticket holder expecting to receive? See, all right. So, all right. Hold on a second here. I already got an answer in here, and I'll tell you which one I'm going to go with. I'm going to actually go with Barry Electronics with the Gobstopper. But Rich, you put candy, and ABC put gum. And I see Extreme put in chocolate. It was supposed. I think the true answer on this was supposed to be candy. I might give Extreme a point as well because he did put chocolate in, but the first one that I wanted was Barry Electronics' answer of Gobstopper. So I'm gonna put you guys both down. Extreme, it's good to see you again, man. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Let's see here. Extreme 101. It was supposed to be a lifetime supply of of goodies essentially. But I always, for some reason or another, when I was looking up that answer, it said a lifetime supply of candy. I thought it was supposed to be the everlasting Gobstopper. So now I'm starting to wonder if I just don't remember the movie all that well or whatnot. But that's why I gave you. Arthur's going wrong. Arthur's so angry he can't even get the right wording. It's a W. It's a W, Arthur. Stop being so angry. Stop shouting. You guys are saying wrong. All right, wait. All right, let's talk about this. Let's just talk about this for a minute here. Why chocolate? They did not know about the Gobstopper. The answer that I looked up online was it was a lifetime supply of candy, and that was supposed to be the true answer. And chocolate is technically candy, so lifetime chocolate I would accept as an answer. This is why I'm giving Extreme 101 the correct answer on this. But I'm also giving Barry Electronics. I thought it was Gobstopper, and that's what I thought the answer was. I'm giving it a point, man. It's my choice. I get to choose. It's me. It shows up that way, man. It makes it look like you got it first, but it's just because your internet's, well, it's probably more because my internet's jacked up, but it'll show that way. But I can promise you I'll pull over the picture and I can show you how he got it first. If you go back and review the live stream at that point, you'll see that I'm right on that. Rich said, so rigged, I said candy first. All right, look, I'll go back up. I'll scroll back up here. I've got the first person to answer was Knob Shiner, and that was Foo Dog. How close was I? Was Tendies plus plus, and I got Joe Pounce with money, then Extreme with chocolate, and then I've got to own the place was Tech We Love. Yucca Frida says factory. Frank Lehman says factory. ABC said gum. Brian Carpenter said $100. Caleb Vignew says The Factory, and then Barry Electronics said Godstoppers. So, Rich, you were 2 below that. Lifetime by Carl Pan was next, and then Rich, you had Candy. So I'm sorry, man, but it's how I see it in the order I see it coming through here, not how you see it. I apologize. It's the way it works. But I did review it for you. All right, second to last question. What was the name of the boat? I think this one's gonna create even more controversy. What was the name of the boat in the movie? This is gonna cause so much controversy here. Okay, censored content got the right. It's SS Wonkatania, Tania or Wonkatania is correct. CC, I'll give it to you even though you didn't put SS in there. But yeah, that is the answer that I looked up and found. I don't necessarily know that you can see it in the movie. The fact that you knew that and it wasn't part of the quiz, any of the quiz questions that I had on here, is pretty spectacular, especially since you got it so fast. But I don't know for a fact, and this is why I said that it's going to be controversial. But on this last question. I'm not going to tell you guys the answer. You guys are going to tell, or the question. You guys are going to tell me the answer before I guess it, and the first person to put it in gets 2 points because I know somebody's going to get this right off the bat, almost instantly. No, nobody's got it yet. I tell you guys, this is what I'm going to do from now on. I'm going to be like, you guys are going to get this. It's so easy. You guys will just keep guessing forever. Man, I might have to actually give a hint here. It's crazy. For sure, I thought you... Oh, there we go. Gorilla Gardener for 2 points is burp. That's right. What did Charlie and his grandpa have to do to stop rising? They had to burp. Burp, Charlie, burp! Burp, Charlie, burp! That's right. Gorilla Gardener for 2 points. Burp is the correct answer. Although I always like to secretly think that it was... Oh, see, One Speed Go is thinking like I do. I was secretly thinking that, they should have always done farting. Farting would have been way funnier. It would have been way I would have laughed my ass off if it would have been farting. It was funny, but it wasn't nearly as funny if it had been farting. They should have really made it farting. But I imagine that probably back in those days, farting wasn't cool or something. I don't know. Yeah, I thought about it, Tech We Love. I really did. I really thought about it. But let me tell you guys what the movie trivia question tallies are here for the day. Let me tally everybody up and tell you who won for the week here. Censored content, congratulations on your additional 4 points today. Yucca, congratulations on your 3 additional points. Jabibs, congratulations on your point today. Are you on the list? This is your first point of the week. Congratulations on your first point of the week. Barry Electronics. Got a burp, Charlie, burp. Congratulations on your first point of the week. AIX or Extreme. Congratulations on your first point of the week. Good to see you again. And Gorilla Gardener, congratulations on your first 2 points of the week. All right, here we go. Final numbers for the week. And we had a tie. We had a tie yesterday between, and I told you guys, NC Proud Dad and Riptide Redemption based off of Tuesdays, Wednesdays data. And I didn't have Mondays yet, and I had to add them all in there. And so adding Monday's data in there actually skewed this. So tied for third place, we have Riptide Redemption and Tricky Dick with 4 points each. Congratulations to you guys on your 4 points. Coming in second place, coming in second place, our previous reigning champion, censored content, and winning clear, concise, rigged, all the way, Yucca Frida. Congratulations, sir. You finally got your win in. It was the true win. All with hard work. Nice job, man. Congratulations. You'll get your name in tomorrow on the live stream. Watch me just not put it in there just to give him a hard time. I'll be like, I'll make the title tomorrow and I'll completely forget to put his name in there. You beat him. What did you beat him by? You beat him by 2 points, Yucca. If you hadn't gotten at least 1 point today, you would have tied. Oh no, he would have won. He would have won. Yeah, he'd have won if you hadn't gotten at least 1 point. Larky says, changing my name to Icy King. All right. Icy King. Congratulations, Yucca. Hold up. Let me go back up here. I see Papa Mac in the back of the Big Tramp. I'm going to go back here real quick. Papa Mac, are you there? Testing, testing. I hear you. I hear something.
I'm here.
All right. There you go, man. How's it going?
Not too bad.
All right. You have the floor, sir.
Trying to figure out how to get my speaker to go on. Can you say something?
Yeah, absolutely. Test, test, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testes, testes.
All right. now I can hear you good now. And first off, let me say a long-time listener, first-time caller.
That's awesome. All right.
It's kind of strange talking to you actually in person versus trying to type here. So I got to readjust my mind here.
Not a problem.
But I think earlier today in the chat, I think what kind of happened is I was laser focused on one thing and you were talking about another. So I think I came across as I was either ignoring you or being a smart aleck, and I really did not intend that at all.
You know, so much is lost in chatting, right? Like, I mean, you can't really fully get across like what it is you're trying to, like, it's weird. I get it. And that's why I try to be like really, you know, sometimes I get hot headed. Sometimes I'm really even keel, and I get it. I understand that there's an element of communication that's lost through the chat. So I totally understand, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And let me say, I sure appreciate what you're doing for the Ape movement. I mean, there's other content providers, I guess you could say, that I feel like are not as open and just kind of straightforward as you've been. And you've been gracious to even let me use your image in that video tutorial I put together. And even if I poke fun a little bit at you, and you're a good sport about it. So I sure appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome, man. Anytime. Anytime at all.
But all right. Well, today, I guess I feel like there's still a lot of confusion about arbitrage in the ape community. And you know, that's kind of what my tutorial and my spreadsheet and all has been focused on, is just trying to be clear about what an arbitrage play is all about. You know, taking the ape movement out of it and just being dollars and cents. You know, for instance, if a person had $100 right now and they were going to say, I want to invest that $100 today in either Ape or AMC, I was just going to do one or the other, what would happen if the conversion restructure happened tonight to my portfolio? And that's all I was trying to get at, is that if you invested that $100 in either one of those today, the person that invested in Ape would end up with like I said 7.2 shares or whatever. I realize that you're not going to get the 0.2 shares. You're going to get that in cash or whatever. But the point was, the person that spent that $100 on Ape is going to have, 7 shares and then some change given to them. And the person that bought the AMC shares would only have 2 shares tomorrow morning, regardless of what the price opened tomorrow morning. One person has 7 shares, the other person has 2 shares, and they paid the same amount. So one person is over 3 times ahead of the other person, regardless of whatever they decide. And I think they're going to use the market cap formula that we've all talked about. I know John Merriweather had said, he said take the Ape price and the AMC price, add them together, and that's going to be how they're going to calculate it. I don't think he's correct, but that's been said. That's been put out there.
Yeah, I actually took what he said as to being that whatever AMC's price is what Ape will be. Those are the words that a lot of people that I heard reading it that way, and that's how I kind of read it too. But upon further review, and I don't know if you've seen it or not, but there was a video of Adam Aaron talking about the conversion. He goes, look, your Ape shares are going to convert over as an AMC share. So if you have 10 Apes, they're going to be, those after the reverse split and everything, you'll have 1 share of Ape. He didn't say it like that, but I'm saying that I'm putting words in his mouth a little bit here, but he basically said it's a 1-to-1 ratio, right? And he goes, but we can't control how the market's going to value it after it's all done. That's going to be up to the market to decide. And me, that's in contrast to what John Merriweather is saying. John Merriweather, all he's saying,
and again, my point was today we know how much an Ape cost, and today we.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you kind of broke up there.
No, go ahead.
Well, you broke up, so I think I've got most of what you said. And my point was today we know how much an AMC share costs, and today we know how much an Ape share costs. And tomorrow, if the conversion were to happen tonight, we don't know necessarily what that number will be in the morning, but we just know that the Ape person would have 3 times as many shares, whatever the price was, than the person that bought the AMC shares. So from an arbitrage standpoint, if you were investing $100 today, you would be much wiser to invest it in an Ape versus AMC.
And I would not disagree with that. I think we're on the same page. Yeah. I agree.
I think earlier today we were talking about 2 different things, and it came across as we were saying the other one was wrong, and that wasn't my intent. I was focused on the one aspect, and you were talking about something else, and you were correct that you aren't going to get those. Everything's in 10. It's going to be divided by 10, and then any leftover remainder is going to be paid out in cash, not in shares.
Right. One of the things I don't know, and I've been trying to figure this out, but I tend to think that maybe Pantheon's right, because Pantheon and I have discussed it a little bit, but one of the things I don't know is whether or not your AMC shares will be reverse split first and then the conversion occurring, meaning that you would need to have multiples of 10 in AMC and Ape before conversion, or if they're going to simply do the conversion and then the reverse split. Because in the actual filing it says that they're going to happen at the same time. So I'm kind of curious what's going to happen. I have, for example, and I'm not even kidding here when I tell people this, because I know I say we all have less than 10 shares, but in my Webull account, I only have 5 shares of AMC and 6 shares of Ape. And so I'm really kind of curious as to what's going to happen with that Webull. And I'm actually going to leave it just the way that it is, because I'm really curious to see if they're going to combine that together, cash me out for that 1 share, and combine it together and give me 1 single share of AMC after it's all said and done. And that's why I'm leaving it the way that it is, because I'm going to be that test dummy for everybody to see how the broker decides to deal with this. Because there's I still have questions, because I don't know. That's one thing I don't know the answer to. So
yeah, I mean, or just even to say that another way, if a person had 5 Ape and 5 AMC, would that mean they would have 0 new AMCs and they would just get cash, or would they have 1 AMC? But in the reality is the most shares that you're going to be paid cash out would be 9 or less. So, I know we say 10, everybody only has 10, but if a person, for instance, had a few thousand shares, the most that would be paid out in cash would be less than 10 shares.
Right. Yeah.
So anyway, so it's nice to be able to talk and not have to try to type and fat finger things in. And like I said, I think we're on the same page. It was just, although I see people in chat saying, well, I don't know, I'm just going to buy both today because I don't know what's going to happen. we do know what's going to happen. I mean, unless the lawsuit is the only wild card at this point, if the judge decides to not let it go through, which I can't imagine based on the fact that even the AMC shareholders voted overwhelmingly for this to go forward. But if it goes forward, we know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And we know the math. And so if you had $100 today and you're trying to figure out which way to put it, if you're just wanting to maximize your investment, the arbitrage play is there.
Yeah. I don't disagree with what it is that you're saying. I totally
I still
agree.
want to know why you banned me on Twitter from being able to direct message you, though.
I didn't ban you. I'm telling you. Look. Can I share your information?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't care.
All right. I want to pull this up over here so you can see this. So check this out. So if I go in and I type in Papa, this what am I doing wrong here?
Where am I supposed to see this on the Discord? Because all I see there is a picture of a monkey wearing a KC hat.
Oh, I know.
Are you talking about on the stream?
On the stream
on YouTube?
On the stream on YouTube. Give me a second here.
Okay.
I got to get off of yours. I go back into my messages and I got to search you out on my messages.
Basically, I have 3 people I've direct message. Pirate, or it's technically his wife because he didn't have Twitter. You and Tony. And you and Tony both, it says that I can't direct message you. I can direct message Pirate's wife still. So he better be nice to me.
No, but look, if you're watching the live stream, it says Papa Mac and it says caution, this account is temporarily restricted. It says yes, view profile. So I click on yes, view profile. It says I'm following you, and it says that you're following me, and so I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. I'm not blocking you. I'm not stopping you from not being able to contact. It's something that for some reason or another Twitter's doing it to you, and I don't know why.
I think it's a hedgy somehow because I've only used Twitter to talk to you, Tony, and Pirate's wife for the pretty much. So
I mean, you've got 15. Uh-oh, Pirate, you better look out, buddy. I'm just teasing. 15. I see you're following 15 people. You got 3 followers, so I can tell that the account's not very heavily used. It could. My guess is that it's because you're linking to your web page, and
okay.
And I'm wondering if it's maybe. Yeah, maybe because you have such low followers and following that's maybe it's just preventing you for low usership. Maybe I don't know.
Or maybe they think I spammed you since I sent you a link or something, and maybe.
I didn't report you. I promise you.
I don't know if you're not. I'm not sure if you're not supposed to send links to people or something, but anyway.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how to undo that once I do. I guess I could delete that chat thread to you and see if that makes it go away.
I don't think that it will, but I think this is probably something you got to iron out with Twitter and ask them what's going on.
Yeah. All right. I can do that.
All right.
So, all right. Well, I appreciate you giving me a minute to share my thoughts over voice versus text. And
not a problem.
Really
man.
appreciate what you're doing.
Anytime. This is our community, and I appreciate you being willing to come in and talk. Thank you.
You're welcome. You all have a good day.
Thank you for your work on that spreadsheet too. That's helpful.
You're welcome.
All righty. Take care.
All right. You too.
Bye. See, it's not that painful to work with me. It's really not that. It's not that bad. Sometimes it's the chat. It's really you do lose a little element of personality, I guess, maybe kind of through chat. Nat Nail, what's up, man? What's going on? It is that time of the day, unfortunately, Nat Nail, but I will continue to watch what it is. Judge just ruled. What did the judge rule? The commission will not launch enforcement actions against any counterparties that cannot meet agency reporting requirements for swaps contracts solely from the FDIC transfers, it said. Those may include business conduct, margin, clearing, and trade execution requirements. I'll have to take a look at it. It's that time of the day, though, unfortunately. Well, look at it tonight and get back to you guys tomorrow about it. So I'm going to go ahead and let you guys know it is that time of the day, unfortunately, and all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. It's going to be Friday, the last day of the week. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk. They like to get outdoors too. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Oh, where have you been, my blue-eyed son? And where have you been, my darling young one? I I've stumbled on the side of 12 misty mountains. I've walked and I crawled on 6 crooked highways. I've stepped in the middle of 7 sad forests. I've been out in front of a dozen dead oceans. I've been 10,000 miles in the mouth of a graveyard. And it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard.
It's what?
It's a hard rain. You're gonna fall.
It's hard.
Oh, what did you see, my blue-eyed son? And what did you see, my darling young one? I saw a newborn baby with wild wolves all around it. I saw a highway of diamonds with nobody on it. I saw a black branch with blood that kept dripping. I saw a room full of men with their hammers a-bleeding. I saw a white ladder all covered with water. I saw 10,000 talkers whose tongues were all broken. I saw guns and sharp swords in the hands of young children. And it's a hard, it's a hard, it's a hard, and it's a hard.
It's what?
It's a hard rain. They're gonna fall.
He wants to hold it.
What did you
he's totally
hear,
gonna score.
my blue-eyed son? And what did you hear, my darling young one? I heard the sound of a thunder that roared out a warning. I heard the roar of a wave that could drown the whole world. I heard 100 drummers whose hands were ablazing. I heard 10,000 whispering and nobody listening. I heard one person starve. I heard many people laughing.
And you know what happens when you hold it?
I heard the song of a poet who died in the gutter.
It totally.
I heard the sound of a clown who cried in the alley.
It totally does this.
It's a hard. It's a hard. It's a hard.
He said it.
It's a hard rains are gonna fall.
He totally pops the blue pill.
Oh, what did you meet, my blue-eyed son? And who did you meet, my darling young one? I met a young child beside a dead pony. I met a white man who walked a black dog. I met a young woman whose body was burning.
That sounds hot.
I met a young girl, she gave me a rainbow. I met one man who was wounded in love.
A rainbow? Is that like some kind of metaphor?
I met another man who was wounded in hatred. And it's a hard, it's a hard.
Oh, sing it, brother.
It's a hard, it's a hard.
It's what?
It's a hard rains are gonna fall.
Hold.
And what'll you do now, my blue-eyed son?
I'm gonna hold it.
And what'll you do now, my darling young one? I'm a-going back out for the rain starts a-falling. I'll walk to the depths of the deepest dark forest. Where the people are many and their hands are all empty. Where the pellets of poison are flooding their waters. Where the home in the valley meets the damp, dirty prison. And the executioner's face is always well hidden. Where hunger is ugly, where the souls are forgotten.
He says a bunch of sucky things, and then he says this.
Where black is the color, where none is the number.
Like, a bunch of sucky things. And then...
And I'll tell it and speak it and think it and breathe it.
Yep, more sucky stuff.
And reflect from the mountains so all souls can see it.
Wait a second, he's on a roll.
And I'll stand on the ocean until I start sinking.
Oh, he's talking about water now. It's wet.
But I'll know my song well before I start singing.
Yep, here it comes. I can feel it.
It's a hard, and it's a hard rains are gonna fall.
This Bob Dylan dude totally scores. I can tell. Because he has like kick-ass music and stuff.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Oh, this guy has songs about holding too, and like that's like hard. It's not easy. It's Earth sucks.